Does anyone else want to get back to some Dune Spice Wars? Well, that's what we're here for today. We're here for some Spice Wars. How we doing? Welcome everybody. We've thrown up a public lobby, and we currently have 2 spots still open for it. So, if you are at all interested in a bit of Dune Spice Wars on the big screen, casted by yours truly, jump on in. Invite code is ZWEEX. We've got Shy Hulussi, Hellhole Rat, and currently the mighty Kenry himself in the spectator slot. And we're just waiting for a few more, and then we'll get started. Welcome. How we doing, everybody? Hopefully you could hear me. Hopefully it's all working properly. Shout out, chat. Anybody alive out there, out in the world? I think so. I think you probably are. Been a long time since we did ourselves a Spice Wars stream. Maybe everybody's moved on. Maybe there's no Spice Warriors left. I would absolutely prefer to cast a game rather than to play in a game, but if we struggle, we'll work to get it together. Diomedes, Dill Pickle, welcome to the chat. Thanks for shouting out, brothers. Thanks for joining us. We're gonna give it a little more time. I've posted some invite codes on all of my various Spice War discodes. Don't tell Mesa. I saw him in here earlier. Mesa peeked in and then popped back out again. Who knows what he's up to? So we're just waiting for a couple folks to show up. And then we will get this show on the road. Like I said, I'd prefer to cast them. I've played a few matches in the not too distant past and had not as fun playing them as I have had casting them. So I think I prefer some casting roles. Saltula, how you doing, brother? Appreciate it. Welcome. Let's go. Are you ready to rumble? Some Dune Spice Wars today. Let's go. People filtering in. We need players. I need 2 more folks. I know, let's see. If you're in the USA, if you're in North America, you're probably still in the midst of a work day. But if you've got that free time, if you've got time to forget the tax, yeah, I'd like to observe other people forgetting their tax. I don't want to forget it myself, but we'll do what we got to do. Has there been any news on updates for Spice Wars? No luck, my man. Unfortunately, the news is that Spice Wars will receive no further updates, and has been that way for, 6 months or so now. So we're stuck with what we got. We've got some modders behind the scenes doing their best to there's a community balance patch going. I know our girl Minx is working with some other modders on a House Moritani update. Could be very cool. I haven't dived into them too much yet. I'm waiting for them to cook a little bit more, but we could get there. It could be fun to have some stuff going. You can play that if you want to. We're down a person. We still need some folks to filter in. Players these days are a bit sparse on the old Spice Wars, but that's all right. We ought to be able to get cooking here before too long. That's why I left up. I shot out some notices that we'd be going live in an hour ahead of time. So I was hoping we'd have a few more people prepped and ready to go, but we could still be on some awkward timing for folks. Adros was talking about joining, but then he went to bed like a coward. Ooh, let's see. Is there anywhere else we could post this? God forbid we go to the official Discord. I don't know that we want any of the plebeians joining. Would you still love us if we were worms? I'd love you more if you were worms. I'd love you more. Worms are my chosen people. My preference today is casting, but we may need to play because we're struggling to get some people together. Oh, nobody wants to be a player. Fine. I will leave the spectator spot and we will just play today, at least for the first round. Random. Mesa like pie is going on a hike. You could hike anytime, Mesa. You can't be on a Davox stream anytime. They're once in a blue moon these days. That's alright. Get some exercise. Go touch some grass, brother. It's okay. I do still need 2 more players, though. Even rusty ones. We don't need pros here. I'm rusty myself. How you guys doing? What you been up to lately? What have you been cheating on Dune Spice Wars with? What have you been playing out there in the wider world? I think I've just finished up my own a Path of Exile arc. Path of Exile 2 just popped off with version 0.5, which is they added a ton of stuff to the game. Not really a Dune Spice Wars kind of game. You know, Path of Exile is a clicker action role-playing game, but I just, for the first time in my life in a Path of Exile league, I think I killed everything and got everything that I wanted and had a pretty good time doing it. Took about 100 hours, but I'm ready for a break now. Should use the @FFA tag in Discord. Yeah. I suppose we could do some more aggressive tag. Oh, Mesa tagged for me. Appreciate it, Mesa. Let's go, folks. It's time for some Spice Wars. But yeah, I've been playing other games. We've been playing some Path of Exile. I've been playing some, what was it? Just the other day we played Dawn of War 2, the Elite mod, with some buddies, some streamer buddies, Turin. We played, who else? Indie Pride was playing with us. Indie's great, makes lots of Warhammer-themed videos. We had the Professor Pone himself out there, Gojira. All the usual suspects. Had a good time. Dawn of War 2 is a great game. The Elite mod, a fantastic modded version of it. Tons of fun. PoE clicking wrecks to your carpals. Yeah, it's true. I also feel it. My hand has been a little more numb this past week or so after the mass click fests, but you know, hard to get away from that in all games, basically. I suppose we could all just retire and be grand strategy gamers and just slowly click through Stellaris games with some 5 APM or something. But you want to play anything that's anything, you know, against other people or with a little extra spice in it, got to keep the hand and that wrist healthy. Tempted to buy Co 3 or DAO 2 Retribution. Waiting to see what DAO 4 footage looks like. DAO 4 is going to be really popular. For sure, it's got a lot of buzz about it, and I think anybody who's in that real-time strategy universe is probably keeping a close eye on it. So DAO 4 is going to be fun, I think. I hope, I pray. Co 3 is tons of fun every day. Co 3 is pretty amazing in that while everybody who plays it complains about it, it has kept the steadiest player base for a long time. There's like 6,000 people who play Company of Heroes 3, and they play Company of Heroes 3 every day, no matter what, and they've done so for like 3 years. DAO 2 Retribution, nobody really plays base Retribution. It's fine if you want to just play through some single player, some campaign stuff. If you want to play Dawn of War 2 competitive, you play the Elite mod, which is a fantastic mod, super cool, but the population, you know, just by the nature of DAO 2 being really old and then needing like a mod to play it, it just kind of filters and filters down till only the real hardcore are playing, and it can be absolutely difficult to find games. They do hover around 100, 150 people or so at a time, which is not totally dead. You know, there's games running all day long for DAO 2, pretty decent. Is DAO 4 supposed to be closer to DAO 1? I think it's really, they're aiming for a mesh of the two. There's certainly DAO 2 mechanics, some hero-focused play, but there's also plenty of DAO 1 kind of mechanics. It sort of remains to be seen. Like everyone else, I've been regularly receiving my DAO 4 rejection emails where they email me over and over and over again telling me that I have not been chosen. Thanks for reading these emails, but you are not allowed to come play our beta tests or our alpha tests. Thanks for watching. Sorry, you're not allowed to come. Here, once again, just wanted to let you know you're not allowed to come play DAO 4. So much like everybody else, I don't know anyone who has received an invite email to play in the play tests, which is annoying to say the least. Do you like turn-based strategy? Do you like DAGs? I do. I like turn-based strategy. I like real-time strategy. I enjoy video games in all of their many flavors and stripes. What's your turn-based strategy recommendation, Solus? I'm all ears. I'm all ears. And I'm going to once again go through and post everywhere. Zeke's is here, though. We got one spot left. Missa, are you playing? Or are you going for a hike? If you want to wait for him and just cast... Oh, yeah, I do. I do want to wait for him and just cast if he's coming. For sure. Miko's coming. Get in here, Miko. And then we ought to be ready to go. Olden Era. Oh, yeah, Ham Olden Era. Right? Ham, the Heroes of Might and Magic. I actually had, who was it? TMB messaged me, sent me a private message. This is like, bro, we need to make some Heroes of Might and Magic videos. I enjoy the old Might and Magic for sure. It's it's not my absolute favorite. What have I done? I've played probably 100 hours of it, but I don't know, something about just sort of the design and the style of the Might and Magic games. Like, I just don't feel like that having a town that grows, where we have a creature growth every week, and I don't know, the design and the mechanics of the game just feel to me like it's often so random in who gets ahead or who wins based on, map layout or just being able to like recruit once more before you run into the other guy, or you have one bad fight and you lose some of your range units, so now all of the rest of your battles for the are worse and you suffer some more attrition. It's so incredibly snowbally. It's a fun game. I like it. I enjoy it, but it's not as compelling to me as many others. The other thing I've been spending a lot of time on has been Bar, Beyond All Reason. Super good. I love Beyond All Reason so much. I have climbed up to 31 OS, which is pretty respectable. It's like top 1,000 players or so. Not too bad. I'm relatively proud of that. So Bar is super fun. I've been playing that with some of the buddies off of the Turin Discord server late at night in the Haggard clan. Solus loves playing Civ 7. I like Civ 7 too. Underrated and not well-known turn-based strategy loves the Battle of Polytopia. That one I do not know of. I'll have to take a look at that. But I think Civ 7 is underappreciated. I like that they made it... We got Max Ben Jim in here. Excellent, excellent. I like that they made Civ 7 different from the other Civs. I feel like all of the criticism that it received was that it wasn't like the other Civs, and they were clearly trying to make it not like the other Civs. So everyone's like, no, make the same game 7 times. I think Civ 7's great. I'd love to play more. I'd love to play multiplayer Civ 7 even. I think it's fun. We had, right when Civ 7 launched, I did a big stream with Dav Plays. It was a Total War streamer, and Turin, and somebody else. Who else was there? I think it was Gunhound, maybe? We did like a 4-player free-for-all Civ 7 game, like right around launch time. It was so fun. I loved it a ton. It was really, really great. What do I prefer between Co 3 and DAO 2 Elite? I think I like DAO 2 Elite more, but Co 3 has a much, much bigger player base. It's way more likely that you'll be able to like... It's much more likely that you could just jump into Co 3 and play a game whenever you want. And in DAO 2, you almost need to like organize it or get lucky with the timing of things. Because, I mean, there's like 150 people playing DAO 2, and there's like 6,000 people playing Co 3. So Co 3 is much more accessible, and it's a great game. I enjoy Co 3 a lot too. Almost ready. We got Miko, we got Max Ben Jim, we got ZX, and the Hellhole Rat. All right, I am very pleased with this lineup here. Looking good, folks. Let's get ready to rumble. All right, I think we're about ready to go. We're on a slow events timer. We're on a standard medium map. I think we'll do a standard medium map. We'll probably do another game after this one, and maybe we'll switch it up to some frickin' weird maps after this. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Sipping on a nice cup of, what is this? I think this is rose hips and raspberry tea, something like that. I don't know. He got caught off guard. I'm not in. Miko, we ready to go? We need to. Let's go, Miko. Dude. Have I tried Stellaris? Yeah, I've played a lot of Stellaris, but the trouble is I played a lot of Stellaris back at launch and for the first year or two, and it's changed so drastically since then that I don't know Stellaris right now. Alright, we've swapped Miko with Misa. Too tired, rather just watch. Alright, fair enough. As long as we got people. Good luck, have fun. Ready? Ready. Okay. We've got Misa Like Pie, Max Benjim, Ziax, and Hellhole Rat. Let's fucking go, folks. You okay, Hellhole? Okay. We're doing it. Don't let me down, folks. I want a good, dirty fight. How many hours do you have in Beyond All Reason? Not many, actually. It seems like a long journey to 30 OS. I am 3 Chevron, which is like less than 100 hours. So it is very often that I am in matches where I am one of the highest OS and one of the lowest chevrons, which pleases me greatly. I've got a long and storied history of gaming, so I've got a very high skill floor in just about anything I play. So I'm fortunate to usually jump ahead, but then my old slow hands and my lack of free time usually put a lower ceiling on what I'm able to reach. See you on the flip. Yep. See you, Max. Thanks for jumping in. We'll catch you after this match. Everybody mute your streams if you're playing. And let's fucking go. We got a game, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentleworms. Stellaris has been like 8 different games at this point. That's so true. So true. Okay, Misa and some dudes are in voice chat. So they're sharing that around in case anyone else wants to jump in voice chat so they could talk to each other. Okay. No thanks. All right, we're working on it. Who do we have today? Welcome to the game, everybody. Game number 1 of our June 2026 Dune Spice Wars stream. Game's not dead, still alive. We can get players. It only took us 20 minutes to get a game started. We've got ourselves Hellhole Rat up in the top left corner on House Ekaz, rocking Sanya Ekaz and Ebo Vip. Next up in the bottom left corner, we've got Ziax on the Fremen with Stilgar and Jamis. To the east, there is Max Benjim on House Carino with the Chad Zoomgaron and Hasimir Fenring. Didn't go Urilan. Wow. Interesting. Talk about big flexes, playing Carino without Urilan. What a boss, Max Benjim. And we also have, down in the south, Misa Like Pie with Boligavati and Bronzo Vernius. Mostly standard picks across the board, I would say, except for the lack of Urilan, which is extraordinarily non-standard. I would also say Sanya's maybe a little unusual, but not too unusual. Everyone picks Ebo Vip, and then you can kind of take whatever other ECAS counselor you like, because the rest of them are all sort of bad-ish. Stilgar super meta, Jamis meta. Hasimir's super common, not as common as Urilan. Bolig, super common, and Bolig and Bronzo are probably the most common Vernius combos these days, I think, as well. One time I had a person say, when I was casting games, like, you spend too much time talking about the map. And I'm like, well, you know, what else is happening? You want to watch these guys walk out? Should we be watching how closely the Suboids are capturing this village. There's just the early game's slow. So we got to fill the time. We've got a standard map here. Interestingly, we've got a single deep desert by the Fremen. No deep desert separating the Fremen and Vernius. Probably not a good thing for Vernius, other than Fremen generally like themselves a nice deep desert surround. And if they want to do that, there's no choice but to head north into Ikaz territory. And Ikaz won't like that, because there is some very juicy terrain here right around the desert, especially the northern side of this desert. We've got a well of riches on it. Very nearby there's a Mount Idaho, there's a spice field, there's some rare elements, there's some energy sources, lots of stuff that Ikaz would love to have right along the edge of this deep desert. But also the Ikaz would not love to be in early Mortal Kombat with the Fremen. Nobody would love that. See how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So, Ikaz, they did grab themselves a very convenient... Whoop, little danger with the zoom there. A very convenient early sanctuary. They were able to grab this kind of junky territory up here. Not terribly junky. It's got some nice bonuses, but no benefit on it other than 4 wind. But just one grab plus their immediate spice, and it gives them a very early sanctuary, which is nice thanks to Ikaz, or Sanya Ikaz, gives them extra Solari income immediately off of it to help pay the bills. Excuse me, I was tickling my throat. We want to see the early game fails. You want to see people suffer and lose 2 units to militia. We are seeing some pretty aggressive expansion from the Fremen. They're headed straight up around this desert. We'll come back to them. We'll keep a close eye on them. This is the flashpoint for conflict right up here. Fremen and Ikaz front line. Everybody else, Carino nicely nestled in the far east. Plenty of juicy territory. Lots and lots of territory down in the southeast for the Vernius to work with, as long as the Fremen don't start expanding that way. And we'll see. Ordinarily, I would think this is a lot of Fremen for or a lot of territory for the Ikaz, but it's going to get complicated with the Fremen here for sure. Fremen look like they are already at work here, grabbing this spice field right around them. Otherwise, Ikaz has their starting spice, a second very close spice, a third very accessible spice to the north. Far to the east, there's the Worm Nest, another phenomenal spice field, which would be considered pretty close, basically Ikaz territory. It's in their kind of slice of the pie. You know, when you look at the map, you see where someone spawns, and then you see sort of what separates them from their neighbors. Like, there's a deep desert here, there's a deep desert here. So this sort of slice of the circular pie here, this is all kind of Ikaz territory, unless you go take it from them, which the Fremen are doing. My voice was fine, and now that I'm talking, all of a sudden I have a terrible tickle in the back of my throat. It's driving me crazy. Too rusty at this casting thing. A doable double deep desert for the Fremen? No, never. They might be able to take this deep desert from the Ikaz, and then the other deserts are way to the east. They can't do that. They might be able to get this one though, if they commit to Mortal Kombat with the Ikaz. We'll see how Hellhole Rat is able to play it, but they've got good. He's got good stuff to work with here. Mount Idaho here, which would be immediately adjacent to the Fremen. It is a very favored village. It being the village of this Mount Idaho being very northernly and close to the other 2 villages of Ikaz. You could put missile turrets here to help cover it. Would be very defensible. Mount Idaho's great, giving you that extra plascrete early on. Very valuable. Everyone likes to pump their plascrete numbers up. But in general, a lot of good resources up here. Just some good land for the Ikaz to work with, at least economically. For specials, you got this Well of Riches here, which might be contested with the Fremen. We talked about Mount Idaho here, which should be reasonably safe, but also, adjacent to Fremen at best. Far to the east, you got a Worm Nest, which would be amazing, depending on how aggressive other people might be around it, but should be Ikaz favored. And then the only bad thing is their other special that spawned by them is the Desolation, which being in the corner doesn't really mean anything other than it eats up a special slot with a worthless region. Well, we got first Lanzarat out. Private mandate, sisterhood involvement, infrastructure control. Sisterhood involvement is actually pretty beneficial. All these people like an extra agent pretty early on. And private mandate, also pretty beneficial. All of these people are quite happy to pillage things. Kaiser Wilhelm was already having a great week. Now we're streaming to finish off the Friday. Thank you so much, Kaiser Wilhelm. I really appreciate that, brother. You are always so generous, so kind, such a proponent of the channel and my own casting and work. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yes, I find myself with some extra free time this Friday, so you fine folks are getting a big old Dune stream out of it. You're welcome, and thank you. Private mandate goes the way of Carino with 81 votes. Nobody else even voted on it, so they'll get a little extra juice from their pillaging. Everybody did decide that they would love to have a Bene Gesserit agent, and infrastructure control passed for everybody, so everybody's going to get cheaper buildings that will supercharge each person's expansion, or not expansion as much as, economic expansion. They'll be able to build a lot more. Call out that there were good traits on the spice fields for the Fremen. Indeed, plus 20% economic buildings, always a good one. Over here to the west, they're not over there yet, but the Fremen ought to be able to grid this one. Another 20% and bonus plascrete, pretty solid. This spice field down here, this Fremen are just loaded with spice. Another 20%, oh my god! It is indeed pretty fortunate traits for the Fremen spice fields. They ought to be doing just fine economically, I would think. So if we talked about the ECAS land, a lot of potential economic value up there. They might be a little light on the hedge if they're not able to secure their 3 special regions, and they may not be. We already see the Fremen pushing up pretty deep into ECAS territory. If I was ECAS, I would be extraordinarily uncomfortable with this. And they're going to be touching tips momentarily here. I mean, you are a stone's throw from foliage, the ECAS base itself. However, we have a measly 4 units on the field, 17 command points versus 20 command points for the Fremen. The Fremen early armies are quite strong, so we need to see the ECAS investing heavily into manpower is what we'd like to see. Recruitment Office 1 over here. This guy's getting a dew collector, this guy not yet. So just 1 recruitment office, we're going to need more than that. ECAS are marching out. They're going to see if they can chase the Fremen off. And indeed, the Fremen are a bit overextended. Hiding tracks goes down to stealth them. I think the ECAS might have this if they're careful. The Fremen army has 2 of the skirmishers, which are not going to be so great in this fight. Musketeer gets jumped on really quickly. We needs to work on the micro. Keep shooting, keep shooting. They're going to struggle to bring down the squires, but you need the DPS from these musketeers. Okay. Clean up that infiltrator, very good. This squire is tanking like a boss. 1 of the infiltrator goes down. The Fremen are trying to pull down the rest. Indeed, we see the skirmishers needing to fall back. They can't do anything against these squires. Really just these 2 warriors left. 1 squire goes down, 1 skirmisher goes down. Still 3v3, but the Fremen don't like it. They're pulling back, and the ECAS have defended their territory. You love to see it. Woo-wee. Team ECAS. I'm not biased, but I get to choose who I like more than anyone else. And I never liked the Fremen, at least not in the early game. Fremen bullying always makes me grouchy. All right, very interesting. It's not definitive. No one suffered catastrophic losses. Wasn't a full wipe. But we did see the ECAS, at least stand their ground and let the Fremen know that they can't walk all over them. I love to see that. So we looked a little bit. Let's look at the special regions Fremen have access to. There is a fortunate Polar Sink village spawn. The Fremen could probably grab that quite easily. Just south of them, they got the Imperial Basin. Valuable for the Fremen due to the bonus to their recruitment office. Fremen are often very manpower hungry, especially if they're aggro. To the west, to the south, way down south, there's a White Rift, but already Vernius is snaking their long purple line that way. White Rift, probably the single best region in the game, thanks to its benefit to 100% of craft workshop production. We'll see. There's spice all over the place. Fremen are sitting on 2 spice already. There's a 3rd one to the west. There's a 4th one down south. There's maybe a fifth one more to the east once you start getting towards Vernius lands. Tons and tons of spice. A lot of economic opportunity for the Fremen as well. Plenty of territory for them to work with. Over to the far east, let's check on our Corino friends. Their first region, reasonable. Bartering customs actually is kind of decent for the early money. +3 Solari per economic building, ×2, and then you've got 3 of them, so you're making an extra 18 Solari for free just by building the economic buildings you were going to build anyways. That's not too bad. Not too bad, you don't hate that. This one up here, they've got themselves a rare elements to work with right off the bat, and some extra local sourcing and versatile production. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, some pretty decent income in the Corino lands to work with. If we look at the wider view for them, there's a 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice easy for them. Probably a 4th spice. This map is lousy with spice fields. I feel like there's so many. An easy, probably easy 4 spice, I gotta think, for Corino. Sandfall in the back. Sandfall's great, a nice knowledge option. There's a space wreck cruiser in the front, which should probably be their territory. It's a favorably placed village. Down south, I mean, you know, the problem with the Corino lands is they don't have a lot of specials to work with. You've got Sandfall there, maybe Space Wreck there. Okay, there's a Moondew Vale down there, but that's pretty close to Vernius. Corino generally likes to push for hegemony, but they're not going to have a lot of specials to work with. So we'll see. We do see up top the Ekaz end up claiming the village that they had originally fought the Fremen over. And it's a pretty decent position. It's sort of a longer walk from the Fremen village. So a long walk means you've got to account for a lot of extra supplies in your attack. It's also positioned relatively closely to this other village they already have, and there is a bunker turret going up. When we say bunker turrets, we mean a turret that can cover multiple villages. If you have building territory nearby a border where you can build a turret and it can cover multiple villages, and then this next village could build a turret and it could cover multiple villages, you could have defenses that can protect one another. So when you attack this village, not only do you need to kill all the militia and kill the turrets here, you also need to deal with this other village next to it that is still shooting at you. And if you fight that, then you got to fight those militia. It's just a much safer position than if you're just fighting a solo village by itself. Anyway, Lands Red number 2 is out and about. Oh my god, a live stream of a match. Hell yeah. Welcome to the chat, everybody. Just what you needed on this lonely night. The spice shelf low, my brothers and sisters of Arrakis. Rest in peace to the Fremen's deep desert dreams, perhaps. We'll see. Landsrad investigation goes off courtesy of the minor houses. No big deal. We do have Scientific Congress for Military Developments. That is a bit of a big deal. That will supercharge military, and then that passed again by minor houses, and everybody put their money on oppose here because we had a random smuggler bounty appear on oppose for the everybody gets $300 for their villages, but you get even more if you dump all your money in to oppose. And the big winner there actually was House Ekaz and House Corino. Fremen, of course, don't have much in the way of votes. I don't know, what did Vernius spend their votes on? Vernius was trying to oppose the Scientific Congress because they don't want anyone else getting easy, fast, easy tech, but no such luck there. Minor houses bullied them out of it. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so we need to see everybody indexing into the red tech right now. It's cheaper and faster. Ekaz, move your tech over. Fremen already on it, getting that fast parallel training. Corino deep into the green tree, going straight for Wonders of the Desert? That's very unusual. Maybe they have some wild expansionary dreams. It reduces the penalty to annex special regions. Maybe, we'll see, but you should also be getting your red tech right now, even though you are sort of safe off in the corner. And Vernius grabbing a little bit of everything, looking pretty solid, pretty standard Vernius stuff. Don't forget to take advantage of that Scientific Congress, though, folks. So the Fremen Deep Desert Dreams, they've started expanding westward, still around the Deep Desert. They did take a little journey down here to pick up the Imperial Basin, though. No surprise there. Our Vernius friends have snaked all the way around the bottom, and then they do look like they are reaching out for the White Rift there. Convenient that they could grab a Great Volcano on the way, which is a fantastic pickup for Vernius. Vernius, of course, very, excuse me, hungry for the fuel cells, hungry for special regions, but they picked up a fuel cell on the way there into the Great Volcano, which is even extra fuel cells. So good, so tasty. A really solid some early Vernius land pickups there. So happy to see the stream. Love you, Day. Appreciate you, Apostle Cobra. Thank you for all the love and chat. Yeah, we're going to do at least 2 matches of Spice Wars today. We've got the time. We have the inclination. Let's see what we can do with it. Slow expansion out of Carino. They have opted for, strangely enough, they opted for a quick command post. Not what I would have expected from a relatively isolated start. Embassy going up, Emperor's Monument already online. Down in the Asphalt, ooh, it's practically already built out with the full rainbow layout. 6, 7, 8 buildings done. That's the benefit of that early infrastructure control that passed in the previous Landsrad, making all of your buildings cheaper, and then being able to build multiple at the same time, thanks to Bolig here. Ooh, really, really, really powerful start for Vernius. Back here, we're seeing a pretty sizable Fremen army, up to 39 out of 45 command points. However, ECAS, no slouches, sitting at 35 out of 45, so they ought to be able to defend themselves, especially because the most likely flashpoint here for more combat is this region that they already fought over, and like we mentioned, 2 missile turrets already there. Fremen hate fighting in the missile turrets, largely because their army tends to be mostly melee that are all going to sort of stack up on top of things, and the missiles do a little bit of AoE damage, so the big melee blobs don't like getting smacked by missiles. Thank you, Creeper. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Yeah, we got a lot of folks, more folks than I expected to join us. We're not doing anything special today. It's not a tournament. It's not no big prize pool. We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out and having a good time, doing a bit of Dune. Let's take a quick look at some economics here. We do see ECAS operating in the red. I suppose that's because our base exchange rate is just really bad right now. We're pulling in about, everyone's pretty close on spice though. Vernius is a bit ahead. Vernius pulling in 115 spice a day, 85 for ECAS, 69 for Fremen, 41 for Carino. But the rate is only 1.6, which is just about as bad as it gets. Fluctuates from 1.5 up to 2.5. So 1.6 is the one little tick above worst possible spice rate. So you would expect to see most people stockpiling, banking their spice to pay or to sell more when it is a better rate in the future. I thought you forgot about Dune. Oh dear, I hear someone knocking at my door. Everyone hang out for 1 second. I've got to go see what's going on. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Had the neighbor kids knocking at the door, wanting to play with my kids, but my kids are not home, which is why you guys get to have a Spice Wars stream. Anyways, where were we? What's happening? Looks like some southward expansion out of the Fremen as they step down and pick up some energy sources down here. Fremen do love energy sources just as much as Vernius does. Vernius likes the batteries to keep the mechs running. The Fremen like the ceremonial caves to keep the drugs flowing for the Fremen warriors. Single-handedly keeps you coming back to the game. Somebody's got to keep it alive. Dune Spice Wars deserves better than what it got, but you know, there's lots of other stuff I'd like to play, but there's nothing that has that same free-for-all political never know what's gonna happen kind of thing like Spice Wars has. Thought the tree coming back for a second. Just the neighbors. I had a thought. I was thinking about going back and trying to pull out that little sound clip. If you remember back to the early days when the tree fell on my house in the middle of a live stream, there was like this horrible crashing sound. You can even hear it on the stream. So I wanted to try to find that and see if it was something that could be saved for posterity. Maybe we'll stream on Twitch and add it as like an emote that people could use over there or something. Just sort of crashing in the background. All right, where are we at? We got Landsrad going here. The trouble is all of our Landsrads are kind of boring because we've got House Carino in the game, who just pops in and says it's the Imperium's edict that everybody gets the good stuff. And then while House Ekaz can use their immunity, they kind of end up screwing themselves because they don't get to see what gets to be everything when they're picking their immunity. So Ekaz takes immunity to the audit and to the investments, which gives them extra influence to work with, but everything passes for everybody because of the Imperium, because of House Carino, and then Ekaz doesn't get some of those benefits either. We do have the territory contest pass, which is an interesting one. Extra 500 free hedge for anybody with a special region at the start of the next council. So it's pretty decent for anybody grabbing special regions. We're seeing some good expansion out of Ekaz. I like that. Fremen have a big ol' army, but they are chastened after that initial battle. Kenry says the Fremen ought to be fighting over those spice fields. Vernius would have a hard time sustaining their mech army. The Vernius army starting to grow, still just Suboids and triple fight engineers, but I gotta think they're pretty happy with their early game. We might see a transition towards mechs in the not too distant future here. We see we might see a worm here. Fremen basing in the desert. The thumper goes down. The worm picks up everybody but one guy who was standing off to the side, and they take a ride up to the Well of Riches. We're going to try and grab it before the Ekaz can react. And indeed, the Ekaz army is far to the northeast, not in position to stop this cap. I think it's going to get completed, and then it will be virtually a full deep desert surround, except for this one little one they got to grab to the west, and then the pivotal territory that the Ekaz stopped the Fremen from taking early on in the game. Well of Riches, yep, that's going to be captured really quickly. Almost done already. No opportunity for the Ekaz to respond to it. Ekaz grabbing some stuff to the northeast, just walking back home. They don't have any airfields or anything in the area. And down south, the Vernius have completed their land grab all the way to the west to grab the White Rift. Very valuable. And it also lets they wanted to have this spice, so this spice, this neutral spice, of course the Vernius and the Fremen can both mine off of neutrals, but it matters who gets there first. Vernius got here and is mining this one before the Fremen. Fremen are over here mining this one. It looks like maybe Vernius wants to go stop that. Fremen feeling aggressive. They're going to push their luck coming on in over here, but we're already seeing some pretty heavy damage from the double missiles. And indeed, the militia alone are enough to make them rethink that plan. Ekaz was far to the east doing a bit of economic pillaging to try to keep the coffers full. Their money's a bit tight. They are operating in the red. But the defenses here are solid. Double villages close by. Do we have anything like a military base up? Nope, not yet. We certainly want one. We definitely want a military base. This, like we mentioned, will be a flashpoint for conflict for the foreseeable future here. Vernius capturing to the west, which chases off this harvesting caravan. The Fremen are in a bit of a pickle here. They're having the foundation of their empire almost literally undercut by this rapid westward expansion of Vernius. Now the Fremen could smash this Vernius army, no problem. But doing so gives a lot of space for the Ekaz up here. They really want their deep desert surround, but there's not really a way to do it without total war for the Ekaz. Ekaz can't really and have no incentive to allow the Fremen free access to these lands, which are rightfully theirs, just because the Fremen want a desert. Fremen have plenty of stuff they could be doing in the south and the southeast. And that gets nabbed up. We've got a lot of spice online for Vernius now. They still don't have they need to get one more drone out here, but they're pulling in currently 172 daily. That's almost as much as the whole other rest of the lobby put together. We're seeing Max Ben Jim slow on the expansion to the east. Carino's always slow on the expansion. It's just the way of things, but we've got second spice field just captured now. The refinery going up over there. Starting to see some of the donkeys, the mobile turrets coming out to the west. Looking all right, looking all right. We are getting the standoff, though, as the Fremen army sits in their new base in the Well of Riches. They're working on their own military base. Military base is, of course, very important. Minus 20% damage received in this region and in neighboring regions. Military base going up in the contested territory. I have a hard time seeing the Fremen win this, though. Othame is on the field, though. First hero on the board, as far as I can tell. The trouble now, though, Ikaz are 10 command points behind. They are not picking up military propaganda is patented. Are they just low on money? Indeed, the Ikaz are cash poor. They can't afford to pay for the patent to buy military propaganda. They could look for a non-aggression pact with Vernius would probably be the way to do it. Currently, very few non-aggression pacts out. I guess we've got non-aggression between Fremen and Vernius, and between Carino and Vernius. A harmless gadget handed out to the Fremen. Ikaz definitely wants a Vernius non-aggression pact. They could certainly use that extra red tech. Look, Vernius has almost the whole tree filled out. Ikaz would love that. What are we looking at the base? We've got a recruitment center up and just a naked military academy. And the Fremen side of things, you've got just a recruitment center up. Hard to know if they built anything else in a siege. We could click through a couple of them, nothing obvious, so not a lot of districts online. And the two armies just kind of staring at each other here. The Ikaz want to be able to defend this, and it's awkward because there's lots of other stuff they'd like to be doing. And you can never quite tell where the Fremen are. Have the Fremen picked up their invisibility tech? They haven't yet. They'd want Desert Watchers down here, which they haven't even started towards, which lets your units be invisible or stealthed rather in your Fremen and your allied territory. So they can see each other completely. The Vernius sees there's a Fremen army right here. Fremen see there's an Ikaz army up there. Is there an airfield around here? There's not an airfield. I guess you have foliage as the airfield, kinda. So you could reposition here. But the Fremen, or the Ikaz want to be out east, making more sanctuaries, grabbing territory, doing all that good stuff. Another Landsraad comes up. Doesn't look too important. Landsraad witnesses, slightly beneficial to the Ikaz since they're likely to be on defense. Controlled markets, dangerous. The Ikaz don't want that because they're sort of already in the pits economically. Would probably be best to put that on Vernius, since Vernius is making bank off of a huge spice income. And agenda contracts, not a big deal. We're not seeing anybody particularly skyrocket up in terms of Landsraad standing. By far the biggest winner in that is House Carino, which could do some sort of political play, seeing as they're quite isolated. Are they leaning towards triple blue? No, they are double blue, which is pretty decent. That gives them a big bonus of influence and intel times 2. I don't feel like this is a particularly interested council. We are starting to see Eye of the Council has some people potentially eligible for it, but it will need the charter priority buffed up a little bit to get there. I would like to see Carino maybe pivot into that political play. Vernius might struggle a little bit to compete with it, at least in the early term. Vernius could always switch into triple blue for the extra votes relatively quickly and easily. Fremen will struggle to deal with political play. Ikaz, of course, can be extreme political players, but their hands are going to be pretty full here, keeping an eye on the Fremen. Is raiding more important to the Ikaz or the Fremen economies? Typically, I would say the Fremen economy relies a bit more on raiding than the Ikaz do. But the Fremen have just managed into some really lucrative territory here in general, I think. So their bills are being paid just fine. You know, Fremen are sitting at 1k in the bank plus 71. Ekaz is sitting on 300 minus 1. I doubt anybody's gone much in the way of Chom. Ooh, we're seeing 19% Chom on Carino. Interesting. Ekaz bought 5 shares, Vernius bought 5 shares. House Carino starts with 50 and then have purchased another 165 over time because nobody else is contesting it. Well, I love to see that. No, looks like we got some aggression. In comes the Fremen, a little spread out. They're trying a multi-pronged attack, but here comes the Ekaz defenses, and they do have Landsred guards on their side. I don't think this is going to work. The southern village gets captured. Northern village holds, so there's still the northern missile launcher will be at work here. The full Ekaz army goes on in. Let's see what they can do. Sort of a general scrum here. There are a couple fencers online for Ekaz. Interesting choices. I probably wouldn't build any fencers if it was up to me. And it seems like Ekaz might be struggling a little bit here. But so are the Fremen are on the verge. They have a lot of low health units, and Fremen are opting to retreat. Funny enough, I think the Landsred guards kind of turned it there. The Vernius front, or the Ekaz front line looked very thin. And Fremen were just thinking about collapsing on the musketeers, which would have been sort of the death blow of that army. So a couple of Fremen Landsred guards walk over and get shot for their trouble. You got to get your militia up fast again, hellhole. Get this village militiaed up, and then you'll be pretty well set here. But a solid defense from Ekaz, about what I expected there, especially with the Landsred guards. Very, very tough on defense. Tanky boys, a lot of hit points and armor, and minus 50% damage received within your own borders. So they're not particularly useful for offense, but on the defense, they really can hold the line quite well there. House Ekaz speaks with the Fremen speak with House Ekaz. We're seeing some diplomatic entreaties go out. Trouble is, Misa like pie down here, probably the most experienced player in the lobby, is getting everything he wants and kind of running away with this southern empire of Vernius here. Not being able to heal them is kind of Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough that they can get attrition down over time, but when you're about to fight a battle, having 3 extra Landsred guards on defense is a pretty big deal, I think. Feel like the Fremen need to leave the Ekaz alone and start bullying early game Vernius. Well, the trouble is, it's not early game Vernius anymore. I think there's probably a small army. No, not that small. We are a fully online, erect, 65 out of 65 Vernius force. Kater, 3 fighting mechs, 6 railguns, 3 resonance drones, 3 fight engineers. This is a full end game army online for Vernius. Could smash every other army in the game currently. They have stepped up and they've grabbed the Moondew Vale. They are going up a little bit further, keeping an eye on the Splintered Rock siege up here, which would actually be a really fantastic alliance to have, plus 2% resources based on your special regions, and they're already sitting on 1, 2, 3 special regions at least. It's looking a bit grim. But we did see sort of a de-escalation on the front as the Fremen walk away, though finishing up their surround. What's Ekaz up to? Ekaz are headed up north. They're trying to grab another spice field, trying to complete another sanctuary. I'm surprised they're going for that spice field and not the Worm Nest spice field. They've got plenty of authority to do so. Maybe they want both, but Fremen armies posting up towards the front again. And Vernius is pushed right up against Carino lands. Whoop, conflict. A small Carino force steps out into an overwhelmingly large Vernius force. No, wait, they're at peace, aren't they? It looks like Carino is maybe just helping with the neutrals. But Vernius is going to get the cap on it. There is still a non-aggression pact between Carino and Vernius, but no longer between the Fremen and Vernius. Very little diplomacy out here. but it is a huge Vernius army still. No one else anywhere near catching up. Carino, in theory, could get up to 65, but currently are only 26 of 65. They have pumped a lot of their resources into the Chome market. Current spice rate is 1.9, kind of average, going to go up to 2.1. Also kind of average, but still a huge benefit on Chome income for Vernius. They've just reached out and grabbed a lot of the most valuable parts of the map down there. Looks like combat up north. Fremen are headed in again. Ikaz army was a little out of position. They are coming back down. If they're not able to defend at least one of these villages, they're going to lose their defender's advantage. Would have liked to see some more aggressive positioning. Get out there. Okay, now they're flying. It's a little weird. They all fly ahead 20 feet down the hill. They are able to pick off maybe a third of this Fremen army, though. So this is very bad, though. You never want to lose a portion of your army to a little bit of defeat in detail here, as a large force is able to engage a small force, and then the large force is still the same size, and then the other force is reduced by the loss of their small force. This is going to be advantage Ikaz for sure. Othame looks not long for this world. He dies. A big storm rolls in, giving the Fremen a bit of a cover to flee, and the territory is defended. Are we going to see Ikaz on the aggression? Are they going to move over and pick up the Well of Riches? And it does look like they will, and I would expect them to be able to. They are doing so under cover of the storm, so they're probably stealthed at this point in time. The storm also will disable any missile turrets, but there's none there on the defense. Are you correct, or Fremen need to go crazy fast early game to be too weak for the late game? Yeah, in general, Fremen are strongest in the early game, and as everybody else heads into the later game, the straight-up military advantages of the Fremen are reduced a bit. They're still quite strong, and they have sort of unrivaled maneuverability thanks to the sandworms, but they're not quite as strong as they are in those early game matchups. So going into the late game, if you haven't secured a lot of benefits, the likes of ceremonial caves and stuff from energy sources, you can absolutely fall off as Fremen and struggle against properly built empires from the great houses. Diplomatic Congress, gear regs, and infrastructure control, all good ones. Looks like gear regs is for all factions, so that's I wouldn't have done that, Imperium, if I were you. House Carino, I would have let that go wherever it wanted to fall. I don't think anyone was going to put that on you. Infrastructure control, however, you certainly want to benefit from that. That does pass. Gear regs fails due to House Carino. House Carino feeling very nervous about the gear regs for some reason. Diplomatic Congress does pass, also due to House Carino on the Fremen. That ruins the Ikaz military assault. It cancels the war on the Well of Riches. Ikaz forced to fall back. Really unfortunate. They did not want the Fremen to get that, and they didn't want it themselves. Is Carino deliberately flying under the radar? I think Max Benjim is likely just out of practice on Carino, would be my guess. Whereas Misa Leg Pie still plays Dune Spice Wars literally all the time, so is very practiced, and indeed looks like he's going into bully. We've got war between Carino and Vernius, and the massive Vernius army pushing up. Underneath the healing of stealthed fight engineers, there is virtually nothing Carino can do about this. They have to cede this territory. Please, please, Max, do not even fight for that. You can't beat this army right now. And if they want to keep going, unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do about it. Don't run Aramsham out there by himself. I want to look away. I don't want to watch. Aramsham comes in with just a single Sardaukar bodyguard against the full might of the Vernius railgun fleet, and gets blasted away like the last of the samurai here. Sardaukar goes down, second Sardaukar gonna go down, third gonna go down, and we are seeing the dismantling of the ever so briefly lived Corino Empire. Yeah, you can't trickle in your forces like that. You absolutely need to, before you get in a fight, which you shouldn't have gotten into because you were outmatched, you absolutely need to collect all of your army together and go in as one single cohesive force. You trickle in like that, and once again, we're at the defeat in detail kind of scenario, where a larger force focuses on a smaller force and gets massive recurring benefits from it. We do finally have a missile strike going down. The trouble is it's on this back territory, and they could just move their army over into this front territory. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, rough play for poor Max Benjim. We like Max. Max is a buddy, but he is gonna get absolutely shit-canned over here by an aggressive Vernius. We do have the Fremen army over here. Maybe an opportunity for the Fremen to pick on Vernius. Indeed, it would be a huge weight off of Max's shoulders if the Fremen opted for some pillaging or some raiding in the Vernius lands. We have to the north, the Ekaz have finally picked up the Worm Nest and are continuing to sort of expand. Looking pretty good. I like that Ekaz Empire, and they've done a good job defending themselves. Nice job to Hellhole Rat. Our Fremen, under the leadership of Ziax, is pillaging the lands around Vernius. We are seeing an annex on the western spice field from Corino and a liberate on the adjacent territory. And once again, absolutely nothing Corino can do about this other than try to rebuild and weather whatever further storm there may be from this Vernius army. Indeed, if Vernius is left alone, they could very reasonably just straight up kill the Corino player. A large force of railguns backed by fight engineers to heal them. A pretty insurmountable siege force. Not a fast one, but one that can wear down a base without too much difficulty. Fremen, again, taking the opportunity to pillage everything they can get their greedy mitts on down there. Ekaz expanding up. They've taken that spice field, and now they're taking the space cruiser above them as well. Absolute blatant greed play, and the only people that can possibly do anything about it are the Fremen here. Fremen seem a little... They don't quite want to start war with Vernius. They're just looking for stuff to pillage, I guess. Ekaz just expanding up north. Faction summary-wise, we've got plus 21 a day on the Fremen. They're cooking a bit of hedge. Plus 30 a day on Corino. That ain't going to be enough. Plus 35 a day for Vernius. And Vernius is sitting about 4,000 or 5,000 ahead of everybody else. Okay, we do have some conflict here. Fremen have decided they were bored and pushed in on this Vernius base over here. Unfortunately, the Vernius army was relatively nearby and is still a very solid force here and are going to completely wipe out this Fremen army. Ooh, it's a super meta Vernius what's the word? Composition. It's very difficult to deal with. You've got the your boy, not your Kater, who says that all allied non-mechanical units are stealthed, and non-mechanical units really just means your fight engineers, and your fight engineers are the ones that heal up all of your mechs, all of your actual fighting guys. Okay. Ekaz pushes in on Vernius up north, and the Vernius support units are out of position. They flew away. This is still a tough army, but this is one of the best opportunities to punish it. Just mechs with no fight engineers. Okay, the fight engineers in Kater come back, and they look like they're trading pretty well. We've got Whitmore Blood, but he is already picked off by the railgun swarms, and it looks like Ekaz is now also suffering. They're going to end up wiped to the Vernius army, who arrives lately, but Vernius is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. Damn near gets Kater murdered by those musketeers, escapes with 23 hit points, but escape he does, and not really much in the way of losses for Vernius. 65 of 65, looking very staunch. Ooh, very tough. Spice-wise, it's 4 fields on Vernius, 217 spice a day, only 31 spice a day for Corino, 116 for the Fremen, 141 for the Ekaz. Ekaz on 4 spice fields as well, Not really getting as much out of them though. They don't have their crew training program up yet. They're working towards it. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough lobby. Yeah, that was a bad beat for ECAS for sure. I was hoping they'd get a little more done there, but you really need to be able to engage in on the likes of the railgun drones, which are relatively fragile, but hit like trucks in drone form. Landsrack Council Online. Statecraft is no big deal. Missionary is no big deal. No big deal. So potentially a little extra money thanks to the Imperial Missionaries, but otherwise not much otherwise. The tech stuff doesn't matter too much. Nobody's bought any Chom since the last time we looked. Vernius maybe picked up 20 shares. Carino would love more than 19%. They would love that sweet, sweet, juicy 30%, but they are nowhere near it. And indeed, with the loss of some of their front economic territory, they're in a pretty bad spot about it. We don't yet have a base drop for Carino as well. They are sitting on base number 2. Base number 1 is working on at least their 3rd military district, so they got that going for them. ECAS have opted for a bit of a payout. They have a ton of territory, so that should be a nice windfall for them. It's also a nice windfall for Vernius, who does have a ton of territory as well. 15k in the bank for Vernius. Are they going to turn that into some Chom shares? Is anybody going to buy Chom shares? Purchase price is currently about 2,000 for 20 shares, which is not too bad. War in the middle. Vernius trying to pick up the polar sink. They figure if they're the bad guy, they might as well lean all in on the bad guy arc. Fremen jump on them, but no dice. I think it was not quite a full Fremen army, and it remains the full Vernius army. We got to be real cautious about engaging with less than a full stack. Absolutely not advisable, my friends. Fremen didn't hear no bell, though. They're coming back for round 2. Maybe they could pick off a drone or 2 here. It doesn't look too likely. It's so difficult to deal with the fight engineers. To fight the fight engineers, you need to have prepared your probe setup, which allows you to reveal, gives you detection in a region, so you can see the guys that are invisible and healing all the other guys around them. This fighting mech here, you can see almost dead, but nope, he's healing up over time. The Vernius force is just too much to deal with, and indeed, it's all like super elite vetted up now. At least the fight engineers are, funny enough. I don't know what vet does for fight engineers. Probably just gives them some extra hit points, really. But Vernius crosses the line, 20k hegemony. Hard to see. Unfortunately, the Carino are so beaten and bruised over here, and Max is a little rusty, so it's hard to see him being a proper thorn in Vernius' side. Credit to Zeke's on the Fremen, though, who just goes in over and over again, just bashing his face into the foot of the Vernius army here. It's not going well for him, but absolute shout out to his bravery and determination at these absolute suicide pushes. But suicide they are. I don't think they're even getting any kills here. If you were getting a couple pickoffs each time, you'd at least have something to show for it, but no such luck. Vernius is a long, long way away from victory, but it's hard to see how anything in this lobby really stops him. We need time for the ECAS to rebuild. ECAS currently 48 of 65. We need time for the Fremen to rebuild. And we need a lot of time for Carino to rebuild. Vernius just haven't really lost anything, and if they do drop a unit here or there, they've been replacing them 65 of 65. Fight engineer veterancy is shared with drones. Oh. Pretty wild. Vernius drones gain engineered experience. Oh, that's right, for each experience level of the best fight engineer. There it is, negative 5% damage received for each level, and they are level 4. So it's an extra minus 20% damage received and 20% more damage inflicted to everybody around them. As if they needed any extra benefits for this chunky Vernius army. Yeah, very nice, very nice. We do have the ECAS going in up north. Not much of an army there. a handful of naked musketeers getting blasted by a neural node here and a turret. They finally get the militia dead. We're getting a liberate on Fremen territory here. Carino wants to be helping, so he runs in. Unfortunately, he's fighting into a bunker situation here. Neural nodes, of course, count as turrets, so they're doing lightning zaps. There's actual turrets all over the place, and I don't think Carino's even going to get through the militia here. Flee, Max Ben Jim, or just rebuild your stacks. Ekaz and Fremen are in a much better position to be able to do some fighting, and Ekaz not so much, really, not with this army here. They're actually getting blasted by the bunker position to the east. Not a ton they could do about it, especially once the Vernius army arrives here. Fremen are a little strung out, but at least they're keeping Vernius honest and by picking at all sides of him. Unfortunately, these Ekaz are going to get just dumpstered here. There's nothing they can do but just absolutely flee for the hills. Orbital strike goes down here. Okay, Vernius walks right into the orbital strike, so now they're catching a couple missiles here, but it's not that bad. A dead Kater would be a pretty big deal for a little while. Fremen in here trying to clear up the middle, and they've got a force, 62 of 65. Still not a force that... I guess they're all stealthed. We do have a hidden tracks down. If they could really get on top of the railguns and clean the railguns up, that would be something. All right, they do catch some out. 1 railgun down, 2 railguns down. They get themselves a very favorable angle of engagement straight in onto the range units. Another railgun down. Clean up all the railguns and suddenly it's much, much more doable. Another one down. Indeed, there's only a single railgun left. But the trouble is they're still suffering a lot of attrition thanks to the resonant drones' little lightning shields. So I think the Fremen army is gonna get cleaned up here, again, because they don't have any answer for the fight engineers. However, killing a bunch of the railguns is a big deal and will be very useful. We already see them 4 more in production again for Vernius. They're able to replace their losses. The Vernius bank is quite big at 15k. Another thing that you can really do to wear down the Vernius is to hurt them economically. Drones cost not manpower but Solari to rebuild. So if they don't have enough money, they don't have enough money to make troops to defend themselves. So you can oftentimes wear them down economically, which also counts as wearing them down militarily. Fremen need the stealth detection gear on the donkeys. Oh, good call. Good call. The donkeys would get the job done. We're not seeing a lot of it. We're seeing some Fadakin here. I don't know if Fadakin are the choice either, but probably fine for now. But heavy donkey force would be very useful. In the Fremen armory on the mobile turrets, we have ambush camouflage, but what we want is shadow scan. Can detect stealth units at long range. Wouldn't that be nice for the 3 or 4 stealth units in the Vernius army that are healing all of the other Vernius units? Am I going to be casting or playing today? I'm hoping just to cast. I don't particularly want to play. So we're casting this game, and I'm assuming we'll get enough people to do at least a second game. A third game is not a complete impossibility, but unlikely. We'll see. We'll see. This is game number 1, and we are barreling towards completion here if they can stop the Vernius threat. Water regulation is a big deal, but it fails. Imperial audit passes, giving a little extra standing for the Ekaz, and this is very nice. Foreign recruitment is huge for the Ekaz, courtesy of the minor houses, but minus 50% manpower when you're in a war of attrition, big deal. Big deal. However, along the front line, though, there's just enough defensive infrastructure allowing the Vernius to, move around. We've got military bases and air bases and missile turrets up all over the place, allowing the strong Vernius army to reposition and beat off the various threats that they're running into. I suspect we're gonna need another big Ekaz blob that also has Vernius that also has the Fremen show up and help out. We do have non-aggression pacts between everybody, between the alliance of good and evil. Everybody is at war with Vernius, and everybody else is at peace with each other. Carino trying to grab a little bit of territory back, and Vernius says, no, how dare you. Unfortunately, our dear friend on Carino, just in the absolute pits of despair over here, having a really, really bad time of things. Even there's an ECAS army over here clearing out a renegade base, potentially trying to take this Far East Spice Field. Are you going to capture this territory too? It looks like they're thinking about it. A free Spice Field and a free Sanctuary out of it wouldn't be bad. Would be a good thing for ECAS. Everybody needs time to rebuild their armies. You can only make so many men at once. Almost up to 60 again for ECAS. Only at 41 for the Fremen. Only at 5 currently for our poor Carino friends. Resource-wise, manpower is pretty light across the board. 33 is decent on ECAS. Only 22 is very light on the Fremen. You'd like a lot more manpower than that, ideally. They were making more, but they got their Imperial Basin liberated, which did not help at all. And Vernius doesn't care about manpower. They care about money power. And they're still looking pretty good, sitting on a 14k bank. Currently operating in the red at a negative 80. They're still making a lot of spice. ECAS starting to catch up in the spice. Spice rate is terrible now, but it's going to improve to quite good. The trouble is really our daily hedge cook right now, which is looking like plus 47 for Vernius. 20 on Carino, 10 on Fremen, 19 on ECAS. So nobody else even particularly in the hedge game. The whole rest of the match is really just are people able to deal with our Vernius expert here. Kenry's advice is the lobby should have Carino save up for a rifleman blob with flamers. Fremen should be saving up their army. Instead of going for the frontier nodes, then you worm and you target the easternmost nodes. Yeah, the Fremen army has the benefit of being able to sort of worm wherever they're needed. So they need to wait for, you know, Carino or ECAS to get in a fight, and then they jump in and pile on top of the Vernius army. These one-on-one fights are not the way to do it, because nobody's winning a one-on-one fight with Vernius at this point in time. Vernius has opted for the triple yellow, triple blue, triple red back at home. We do have the triple red with the Emperor's Monument for Carino, but still no Carino second base. Triple red for Fremen, and a triple red for the ECAS. ECAS base at least fully built out. Triple red and triple blue. So we do have a lot of votes potentially floating around. Either the council will be up, but nobody's looking at things from a political standpoint at this point in time. And we do have the folder relay online now for Vernius as well. Not ideal. It gives them a get out of jail free card, as the folder relay could teleport their army away. So if they do get a proper dog pile where they can get multiple armies at once fighting against Vernius, Vernius could just choose to leave, and that is less good. Less good, to say the least. That is not a good thing. And not to mention that we're just quite far from ECAS supply lines. ECAS has to walk through a lot of hostile territory to get to Vernius lands. Don't let them bunker, says Hellhole. It's a little late, unfortunately. It's a very bunkered up position. Fremen can't help themselves. They're going in. We did see, finally, EMP bomb goes down to degrade the quality of the drones a bit. In come the Fremen, jumping on top of the army. I don't think we have any visibility of the fight engineers, so we're just trying to brute force our way through it. Honestly, this one's going okay. They pulled down a handful of drones. 2 of the Resonance drones go down. Probably 1 or 2 of the gun drones go down. A 3rd Resonance drone almost down, and then Fremen throw in the towel. They've opted to retreat with what they've got, which is just 4 skirmishers and Othame. Some casualties there, at least. We've got 5 units in the queue to rebuild for Vernius, but no follow-up from any of the allies. Carino in the east is just in shambles. Up to the north, ECAS not quite able to get their armies where they need to be yet. We were seeing a lot of ECAS text bouncing back and forth. They're speaking with the Fremen, trying to coordinate militarily. A middle base drop would bait Vernius into sieging. That might end up in a good fight. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of... I mean, having a base in the back pocket... Vernius hates a Carino... Oh, there it is! Vernius hates a Carino base drop. I feel like it's just gonna die. We see the folder relay immediately relocate the Vernius army back to work on the base. The trouble, you know... it's gonna die. It's gonna die. About 1,000%. The thing is with the base drop is you really need to be able to follow it up with an army drop. But we still are only at 18 out of 65 command points for Carino. Carino they don't have the economy to really support a rebuilt army at this point in time. It's been so slow. There's no army to defend that base, so it'll take them a bit of time, but probably not too much trouble. And because it is relatively deep set here, there's not much of an opportunity for the Fremen or the Ikaz to help it. I think the best case scenario for this is maybe Vernius will be busy here for a while fighting this base. Maybe we could have the Fremen and the Ikaz pick at the front lines. Looks like there was an administrative burden went down over here. It's got to be Vernius dropped an admin burden on the Fremen. We needed some big plays, and I don't think this is it. Potential War of Assassins, potential Eye of the Council, potential Lanzarod Witnesses. Not much in the way to swing the state of things here. Assassin's always useful. You know, in theory, you get assassins to pass for everybody, but no, we didn't get a Carino edict on it, so it's just for one person. I was gonna say you can maybe assassinate some of those pesky fight engineers when they're not stealthed, but it's looking rough. It's looking rough. A truce resolution would have been funny. Yeah, if you forced the Vernius to live with the Carino at their doorstep for at least a little bit longer. The Fremen are speaking with House Carino. There's lots of text. I think the forces of justice are using this opportunity to coordinate some battle plans. Probably should have been coordinated before now, but yeah, it is what it is. Eye of the Council for the House Ikaz. 2 free assassins for House Carino. And House Vernius opts to push through extra Lanzrad guards to defend their territory. In comes Carino to try and hold their territory. Lanzrad guards will be slightly useful for them, but they're just so outmatched here. The folder relay is tanking the shots, the missile shots from the base. Spaceships always draw aggro first from base defenses. He can't sit here forever. He's down to about half health. Now he's backing off, but that has enough time to clear up the entirety of the Carino army, and now it's just a matter of time for the slow assault of the railguns on the Imperial base to whittle it away. Again, Vernius not... And there's war up north between Fremen and the Ikaz. Ikaz thought they saw an opportunity to come in and steal the Well of Riches. The Fremen took exception to that. I gotta say, that's probably the game right there, folks. House Vernius at 26.3k. Looks like Ikaz will get their prize. Shai Hulud shows up and gobbles up some Fremen as well, and the Fremen are sent scurrying back through the desert. To the east, Imperial base down to about half health. And with the fight engineers healing up the fighting mechs as soon as they take shots, there's not even any attrition at all on the Vernius army. It is just a matter of time for them to slowly bring down this base. Womp womp womp. That's how Spice Wars goes, boys. So some guy sees an opportunity, and Ikaz don't really have a lot of opportunity to fight Vernius. Vernius is so far away from them, and they've gotten dumpstered every time they tried. They wanted to grab a little extra special territory for themselves, but the Fremen can't live with that, so the Fremen fight them, and now the Fremen army is dead. The Ikaz army is still fine, but the problem is the Vernius army, who needs both the Fremen and the Ikaz to work together to fight. Shai Hulud disapproves. Yep, likely so. Imperial base still hanging in there, down to about a third. But yet again, it is just a question of time. Yep, it's I'd say it's all over except for the Cryan. Ikaz have a lot of territory, but they don't have territory like Vernius does. They would be in the clear second place. They are pushing forward to a war of extinction off the Fremen. Kenry says, theoretically they could farm trophies to win. It is true, they did opt for a Whitmore blood build. So Whitmore is a champion, and he can name another champion. So they could have 3 champions storing up trophies every time they kill a unit. Every time a champion kills a unit, they get plus 100 hegemony. We got 500 on a knight here. We've got 2,400 on Whitmore himself. And there's got to be another champ somewhere. I would guess it's probably... I don't see it. Maybe he hasn't named one yet? I don't see it. He needs another champion up there somewhere. But, I don't know. Are they going to farm? Are they going to farm enough lives, Fremen lives? They need to kill a whole lot of Fremen people. An easy 90 kills. 90 more kills, and they'll get there. I would honestly love to see it. It would be an inspired way to come back. The wood chopping continues. Fremen base down to about 4K out of 30K. He is not long. I said Fremen, I think. Carino base. Carino base is down extremely low. It has been, it's taken a lot of time up for Vernius. Ikaz have claimed the Well of Riches. They're going to claim this spice field, at least. But Vernius is a barely 2.3K away from victory. Down goes the Imperial base. I gotta think Vernius is probably sitting, no, not too much. They only have 195 authority. But if we check Vernius, so that's too expensive. So most of their territory has actually been pretty heavily pillaged, so they don't have easy back caps that they could grab. But they don't really need to grab anything. They could probably just sit and cook through Spice Tax and their daily hegemony through the rest of the game. Spice Tax cooking off in one day. It's going to put them just a bare 1,000 away. The end is nigh. Yeah, Mesa's just the best player in the lobby, for sure. We should have kicked him out, but he got a very favorable spot. This is a great spawn for Vernius. War yet again. Ikaz and Fremen battling in the front lines. Vernius doesn't want to be left out. He's coming in too. 29.4K for Vernius. And all he needs to do is make sure... Yep, first champion goes down. I was going to say, all he needs to do is make sure the champions die, and then there's just no threat. But the knight champion went down. Whitmore falls back a bit. Is there a champion musketeer yet? I don't know that there's a musketeer champion. Vernius teleports out. Doesn't matter though. We're gonna daily hedge is gonna tick us over here, plus 72 from all these special regions. Tough times, tough times. All right, let's start scheming for our next lobby, shall we? This one's pretty cooked. Pretty cooked. Yeah, GG, folks. I liked. Excuse me. I liked a lot of what we saw there. Trouble is, the best player was on Vernius, who was sort of the most left alone. And then Carino was probably our rustiest player and wasn't really able to grow to the point that he could really defend himself or even pose a credible threat to Vernius. Ikaz had themselves a pretty decent empire up there, but just no opportunity to really extend their influence down to the far southeast where the rest of the lobby needed them to be, though. But we do appreciate lots of battle. We always love it when there's a lot of fighting, a lot of dynamic stuff going on. GG to our brave warriors there. I love it. I like it. I want some more of it. Devok's game. Round 2. Let's do another match, shall we? We'll even let people play with gamepads if they really, really want to. I will be happy to be a spectator again. Shout out to our players. Z, we will have you sit this one out unless we need one more. We'll try and get new players in. We got Angus, we got Elvish Moss, the Shai Hulusi. ZX says, yeah, that's chill, hellhole. Make space for new players, please. Unless we need the slots filled. We'll have new players if possible. If possible. We want everybody to get their chance in the limelight. Mesa came in and beat around kicked around the other players. Good for him. He's still a bully. Don't want to kill Remnant Farm. Have we got space for anyone else? So okay, ZX played, Hellhole Rat played, right? Elvish and Shai Hulusi are new. Here's the code, by the way, in case people wanted. W5V62. I feel bad. Yeah, Max Ben Jim was not newer. Max has been around for a long time. I think he was just ultra rusty. I think he was struggling there for sure. T&B is in the lobby. Luchador de Loco. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I feel like T&B might also be a bit of a bully here, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe he's rusty too. The rust. Oh, Max. Oh. It was hard to watch, Max, but we were rooting for you. Beach Cat, is Beach Cat Shai Hulusi? Certainly not noob. He means people who were in the previous game. It's true. It's true. Beach Cat does not count as a new player. Let's see. I mean, I don't know that I'm strictly enforcing new players. I think we'll allow there to be some villains in the lobby. Is Shai Hulusi actually Beach Cat? Beach Cat and TMB are both probably pro-level players. Elvish Moss I've certainly seen before, but I think is likely on the rustier side. Let's go with it. We'll see what we see. Could be rough. Could be rough. We could always put it on a... We could screw people up with a weird map. Maybe we want to fuck with people. Yeah, let's... Sorry, guys. I'm going to fuck with you. Let's do... Let's do the erg. The erg. A media map with many small deep deserts and mountains for increased strategic expansion. We'll see what we can do with the erg. That's probably another benefit for Beach Cat, actually, because it's going to make extra deep deserts for him. The mediocre erg. Sorry, guys. I want it weird. I want it weird. We're not here to make it fair. We're here to make it entertaining. Game number 2. Countdown is going. We'll see what we can do. Thanks for joining me, everybody. We got a great group of folks here today in chat. We got lots of people hanging out, doing some Dune Spice Wars on this sweltering hot Friday afternoon or evening or wherever you may be. Gonna have a good time. Gonna have a good time. Having a good time. Having a good time. Let's see what we can do this game around. Back to Co 3. I appreciate you joining, Max, though. We needed the bodies. Any warm body would do, and you provided it. You took it on the chin like a champion. You went in like a boss. Unfortunately, you were next to a horrible bully. All right. Oh, let's see what we've got for the Erg. Indeed, certified map looks weird as fuck. A couple of deserts for the Fremen to work with. Relatively easy deep desert surrounds for them. And it is a concern in the Erg that there are extra blockers and deserts scattered about. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, thank you. Happy to cast. Happy to have you catch us live. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to any of... Sometimes you get caught up sometimes, you know, a lot of the same folks come and hang out and have been with us, you know, over the years, playing Dune all the time, watching Dune. And then we get new folks. I'm always sort of surprised by new folks. What are you doing here? How do you even learn about Dune Spice Wars? It hasn't been a thing in a long time. But we're happy to have you. We'll always welcome new folks in the community, even if it's just the watching community. If you're just here as a voyeur to finally keep an eye on things. This should be a pretty decent match. As mentioned, everybody here is at least somewhat experienced. TMB over on Ikaz, one of our better players in the scene. Shai Hulusi, aka Beach Cat, up on the Fremen, also one of our better players. Elvish Moss and Luchador de Loco I'm a little less familiar with, but I've seen them around at the very least. So we're not in the low noob levels. Not a lot of noobs left in the Dune Spice Wars. It's pretty brutal to jump into. But let's see what we can do. We've got looks like the most isolated is actually the Fremen way up in the northwest. Maybe the Harkonnens far in the east. Somewhat closer territory between the Ikaz and the Carino, but plenty of space for the Ikaz to expand east as well. A lot of really juicy territory to the east for the Ikaz, actually. Let's go one by one here. Let's start up with the Fremen. Beach Cat, aka Shai Hulusi, up on the Fremen with Shamoom and Stilgar. Shamoom is a bold pick. Don't see a lot of Shamoom play these days. I appreciate him picking probably the worst counselor. Stilgar, however, super meta. We've got 1 spice, 2 spice, easy 3 spice, easy, breezy, beautiful. Other than that, it gets a little awkward. The other spices are much more like there's this spice in the middle here. Maybe he could probably get that, but if there's a forward base drop, it's kind of Carino-ish. This one's very Carino-ish. This one's very Harkonnen-ish. So maybe only 3 sort of easy guaranteed spice. As far as specials go, they do have the White Rift, the vaunted White Rift. Very easily accessible, easily held by the Fremen there. So that'll be very nice for them. They've got an easy space cruiser, also a very good option. And then in the middle, a fairly easy volcano for them as well, which is another S-tier pick for Fremen. 3 pretty good special regions. If they wanted this deep desert surround, they've got a Well of Riches here, which is much closer to Carino territory. But yeah, pretty decent spot. Might be a little economically challenged. There's not a ton of spice. There's not a ton of like rare resources or anything. We'll see if Shamoom can really pay herself off. Shamoom, of course, whom we almost never see, says, for each village producing at least 12 water, you get minus 4% Solari upkeep globally and plus 4 Plascrete production. And then villages that don't have buildings built in them produce a little extra water. So if you stack up a couple villages there, you can get some pretty decent discounts on your global upkeep cost, which is usually quite high. We'll see. We'll watch Shai Hulusi's career with great interest here. Far to the east, in the lands of the Luchador de Loco, we have the Harkonnens with Uman Kudu for the extra manpower, faster recruitment, and a tad extra armor if there's operations going down. And Pitter de Vries, who allows you to sacrifice your agents to permanently reduce the cost of an operation. and gives you a little extra of a bit of a Solari rebate for doing so. How do our Harkonnen lands look here? Opening Spice Field is a little bit of extra money, a little bit of extra statecraft per resources, and then he's done a quick grab to the west of Mount Idaho. I love that for that fast plascrete. Love that fast plascrete, and indeed rushing the plascrete factory plus 30 plascrete production a day when a normal naked plascrete factory is only plus 10. Very nice. I love to see it. I love to see that aggressive grabbing of those early big beneficial economic pieces. All my homies love Shamoom. Yes, indeed. I mean, Shamoom. It's not that Shamoom's not loved; it's that Shamoom's really terrible. Is the problem? 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice. You got that. You got spice number 4 up top that is kind of Fremen-y, but still could be kind of Harkonnen-y as well. Not a lot of other spice to work with. Way down south, probably more like Ekaz territory, you've got a worm nest for spice. Not a ton of spice to work with. Probably 3, I would guess, for Harkonnens. Easy peasy. Special-wise, of course, they've got the Mount Idaho. In the middle, you've got the volcano, which is pretty centrally located, though, but I would still expect the Fremen to prioritize that. In sort of the southern middle, there's the Imperial Basin. That's a bit more Ekaz friendly, but there's also a big rock, a big mountain range between that and Ekaz territory, so it's awkward. Down south, you've got the Worm Nest, again, kind of Ekaz favorite, so not a lot of specials to work with. Oh, there is a Sandfall down here, which is something, but not a ton of specials to work with. Okay territory for the Harkonnens, maybe slightly bad-ish. We'll see what they can do with it. Down south on the Ekaz TNB, hell of a guy. He is rocking Mesa Ekaz. Mesa Ekaz for the abandoning villages to refund their authority benefit, and of course Ebo Vip for the omnipresent need of Landsrad immunity. And a little extra standing upon building masterpieces. First Landsrad coming up. Let's take a look at that real quick. Imperial propaganda for all factions, courtesy of House Carino. All factions for the foreign recruitment, courtesy of House Carino. Imperial missionaries for all factions, courtesy of House Carino. House Carino doesn't want us to have any fun. Everything changed from a single faction to all faction benefits. There's some nice benefits here too. A lot of nice boosts, both to manpower, to authority, which is really great early game, to Solari per control villages, really great in the early game. However, Mesa Ekaz opted to take immunity to the Solari one, and so everybody gets a bunch of money except for the Ekaz. Feels bad. You hate playing Ekaz actually in games where Carino is Imperial edicting everything, because you never quite know what you want to be using your immunity on, and oftentimes you probably just shouldn't use it. So you don't get a lot of benefit out of the early game influence boosts from it. Authority does pass for everybody, manpower does pass for everybody, and everybody but Ekaz gets a little bit of money from it as well. Joe Market's not open yet. Will be open in 9 days. Nobody's sitting on too much. It costs them influence to there. Yeah, it does cost influence to do the Imperial Edict, but it doesn't cost that much, so it's pretty easy to spam out. Down south, TMB on his Ekaz has himself 1 spice field that started with not the most impressive quirks in it. So you've got 1 spice, to the west is a 2 spice, to the east is a 3 spice, and then you've probably got access to a worm nest, which would be a very juicy 4th spice. So maybe some economic power to work with. You got a couple of rare elements to work with as well. So we could see maybe an Ekaz economic play. We have the Crescent Ridge over here, which is a little bit of extra water production. Honestly, a pretty terrible region. It should mandate being spawned with a 5 wind. Spawning with 4 wind means you get a 100% of, 4 rather than 100% of 5, which is way better. Crescent Ridge sucks, but at least it's a special region. You got a Crescent Ridge, you got a Worm Nest. Far to the west is an Acid Lake, that's really Carino's. And not really much else to work with. You got an Imperial Basin up towards the middle maybe. Kind of up for grabs, I think, for whoever starts going middle-ish. I mean, economically, I think you've got some stuff to work with here. You've got a siege down here that gives you extra Solari per active treaty. That's one of the worst, one of the badder sides of sieges. But above that, you've got a siege that gives you 10% more production in all villages for all things, which is pretty great. Actually, that's one of the better sieges to ally with, and should be relatively easy to do if they want to do that. The Harkonnens are already in Worm Nest territory. I love it. I love it. Luchador, going absolute crazy off the top rope here, has taken a long-ass walk from Carthag all the way down to the Worm Nest to lay claim to it. It's literally the third region that he's taken, way down south. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. Is he getting it capped? It is. It's almost capped already. Okay. I said that was ECAS territory, but not anymore. Not anymore. It's a nice pickup early game. We'll see if he's able to hold on to it. Once the ECAS sort of get a full view of what the world looks like, they're not going to be particularly happy about that. To the west, we have our House Carino champion with Elfish Moss. Elfish rocking, of course, Princess Urulon and Hasimir Fenring. The standard, most meta combo, probably. You sometimes see Hasimir traded out for Zoom or the other mother, like Mother Gaius, Helen Mohius, something like that. But Hasimir himself, very safe, very common pick. We've got their first village here offers a little extra water and extra production per statecraft building, and he's opted to just lean all into it. Full blue structures on the lower erg. So it's making some pretty decent cash, I would estimate here. Plus 39 free Solari a day. Okay, not too bad. Not too shabby. Over here, very nice actually, plus 20% economic building production, and it's on some minerals. So he's double built his plascrete there, doubled the quirk, so he's making 48 plascrete a day there. Very nice. Going for a quick investment office to juice it up even more. And it also gives a bonus to pillaging, which is just sort of universally useful as well. Carino do a fair bit of pillaging themselves. And they've opted to head up a little bit north, grab themselves a quick pickup of the Well of Riches, a quick pickup of these rare elements as well. So they ought to be a pretty decent economy for Carino that is independent of spice. They're just making flat Solari, which is very nice because then you're not dependent on the fluctuating spice market. 1.5 currently is a terrible, terrible rate, and Carino don't give a damn. They're still making pretty decent money. They're actually making negative right now, but that's because they're not selling any spice at all, while everybody else is hard selling their spices. But otherwise looks pretty decent economically for them. Harkonnens have traded a non-aggression pact with the Fremen. Carino and ECAS have taken non-aggression pacts and research agreements, and Carino and Harkonnens have traded non-aggression pacts and research agreements. Interesting. We did see the Fremen run to the middle quite early, pick up the Great Volcano. Looks like they are looking to make that juicy middle territory their own. In terms of specials that the Carinos have access to, far to the west, you've got an Acid Lakes, easy peasy. Of course, they've already grabbed their Well of Riches. And they have a Mundu Vale, easy peasy. They have probably the easiest to grab 3 specials. That should be no problem for them to take and hold, and from there, maybe they could plan for a cheeky base drop somewhere else, maybe towards the mid to help secure another special. You could base drop. If you base dropped here, it's not quite enough to secure that, and I don't know that you totally want war. You could base drop over here. Not obvious choices for base drops. I guess the most obvious is maybe a base drop right here gives you access to control the White Rift. That's probably your best bet. It also gives you adjacent access to maybe contesting the volcano, but it's going to put you into pretty much full war with the Fremen if you did such a thing. But I think it's possible, and we'll keep an eye on it. Imagine if the Harks got the 2 settlements south of that spice field, quite a bunker could be set up. Oh yeah. This little area here. Unfortunately these are pretty lousy terrain. They don't have a lot to recommend them, and they've already been pillaged. So the Harks are not going to be doing that. But yes, you always look at 3 regions that are close together with building area nearby, because then you could do those big bunkers, those overlapping missile fields to protect them. Would make it a very tough nut to crack. Chom subsidies, Landsrad examination, territory conquest. Question, does base dropping on a spice field remove the spice? Yes, it does. You can't build or really do anything with a spice field that has had its base dropped upon it. At least the Carino can't. If you drop a base, does it remove the spice? Could you have someone else, in theory, like could a donkey team go onto the spice if a Carino base was in that region? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like the Carino base would just shoot that team. I think for all intents and purposes, yeah, if you base drop a place with spice, it's gone. The only caveat being you can't base drop on a special region, because you can't get rid of the special regions. Territory contest passes. That's going to be extra hedge for everybody with special regions, which are most players at this point. Landsrad examination is a slight drop in the Landsrad, but then it'll be a nice boost for anybody who's got some non-aggression pacts and stuff set up, and a little bit of Plas creep for anybody with Chom shares. House Carino has picked up 20 shares. Fremen have picked up 60, 10 for the Harkonnens, 5 for the Ekaz. Harkonnens still just pillaging around through the front lines here. They're not. There's another spice field here. I assume this is just another pillage. Indeed it is. They're just pillaging things, being terribly annoying. Looks like the Fremen are going for this deep desert surround, which puts them pretty close through a lot of Harkonnen lands. But we've got peace between the Fremen and the Harkonnens for now. We'll see how that holds. It looks like maybe they've agreed to give this territory to Fremens, and then the Harkonnens head south. We'll see. That's sort of I guess it buys you peace and some breathing room. I don't know that it's ever great to let the Fremen get what they want. Up here, we're seeing some really sort of fortunate economic expansion from Carino. Carino's looking pretty good down here. The only bad thing is these really great economic regions are not adjacent to the base. Being adjacent to the base gives you some nice benefits from the Carino unique technology, the likes of Imperial administration, especially getting extra quirks on those villages. The likes of integrated costs, villages neighboring bases get extra Solari production and cheaper major building upkeep. But, you know, the Carino is more than most sort of vulnerable to the vagaries of map generation. It is what it is. And I think with this being... Oh, no. Fremen the Harkonnens marched north now. They've got actually 2 separate armies up. They have a northern army that is pillaging this terrain, probably terrain that the Fremen want to take, but are not going to be able to for a while, since it's now devastated by the Harkonnen pillages. And then they also have a southern army, which is wandering around pillaging things as well. Interesting. Are they turning any of this pillage? They're running deep in the red because they have a very large army. Harkonnen's at 45 of 45 right now. We're at 40 of 40 for Carino. They're caked up and ready to go. Caked up. They've got big butts and they will not lie. 31 of 55 for the Fremen and 24 of 45 for the Ekaz. So Fremen are not indexing into full-on early aggression. And the Ekaz don't really have a need to, because they're pretty isolated down here. Or at least they would be if the Harkonnen army wasn't already down here laying claim to the worm nest. Harkonnen's not really going to grab anything else at this point, just pillaging things. Chom market. We've got Fremen buying up a lot of shares. Fremen up to 100 shares. Only 10 shares on the Harkonnens. What are the Harkonnens doing with all their money? Sitting on a decent bank, but still sitting a bit in the negatives. Not a lot of spice income. 1 spice for everybody right now, except the Fremen on 4 spice, who are surpassing basically the entire lobby in spice production. Well, spice rate currently is pretty bad at 1.8 for the next 20 days, but then we'll jump up to its max level of 2.5 for the next round. We're seeing maybe aggression. TNB doesn't love this, as the Harkonnens are trying to do an annex here, but the full Harkonnen army arrives from spaceship, forcing the ECAS back. And the Harkonnens are chasing as well. They smell some blood in the water. Harkonnen army is delving quite greedily and quite deep. They're pretty decent on supply, actually. I would be concerned about them being so far from home, but unfortunately this ECAS base has no militia in it. Dun, dun, dun! And it is a prime target for some Harkonnen pillaging. Gonna be a nice windfall. Nope, he's opted for a liberate instead of a pillage. Pillage pays out a lot of money, would be 1.5k and 50 intel, but a liberate hurts a little more, so that's what he's opted for. Rather than a benefit, he's going for the pain. And he does take this base right in front of him, right in front of the worm nest. And indeed, missile battery goes up. Missile battery is already there. He also sees the bunker situation there. Luchador, turn off the stream. Don't listen to the stream. But he's opted for the bunker on the nest, and that is going to be really tough to break. Really, really tough to break. Pretty chill and pretty quiet to the west with Carino. I would say so quiet that the large initial army is probably a mistake. You got to pay for all these troops. Granted, conscripts are pretty cheap, but each conscript costs you $6 a day, so you are spending the extra money. You kind of, I don't want a blood feud. You kind of got it. Why are you in my face, says TNB. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Harkonnens are like a million miles from home, and they're getting pillaged by the Fremen for their trouble. Lore-accurate Fremen gameplay coming in and burning down the Harkonnen homelands. Fair to ask for ECAS to ask, what the hell are you doing here? The Carthag is 1, 2... Okay, they're long regions, but they're 3 or 4 regions away from home here. Good on the Fremen to take that opportunity and go burn down some Harkonnen lands, though. That's absolutely what you want to do if they're all busy down south. Another Landsrad comes up. We've got a private mandate for some extra pillaging. Everybody would love some extra pillaging. Diplomatic committee for statecrafts, not that big a deal. I don't think any of these people care too much about some statecraft developments. Economic developments, I think everybody probably would care about a little bit. They'd like a little bit of extra economic developments from most of these players. Carino's already indexed pretty heavily into the economics. Indeed, so have the Fremen. None for the Harkonnens. Harkonnens have gone deep red and a bit of green for their expansion. ECAS have gone pretty good into red and green as well. Interesting. So maybe we won't see, the only people that would really benefit from the research investments would be the Harkonnens and the ECAS. Carino and Fremen sort of have already taken everything they wanted. Private mandate passes for the ECAS who fought for it. And indeed, looks like the Fremen got some extra votes from the Carino, but not quite enough to beat the ECAS. Harkonnens voted for themselves, but not with much. Statecraft does pass, and economy does pass. Also from some Carino votes. I guess Carino want even more yellow stuff. And we're seeing the third piece of the bunker. Nope. They were annexing it, but they just swapped it over to a pillage. That's curious. I would have expected maybe they're concerned about their bank being a little low, only at 1.5k, and they're losing 140 a day. The Harkonnen economy built entirely on the backs of pillaging at this point in time. Fremen annexing stuff around the middle. Nothing new for Carino to the west. Okay, here's an annex from the Harkonnens on this region. This is, no, maybe? Yes, they are trying to annex it. It's strange. Luchador playing a wildly aggressive in-the-face play against the ECAS here, which is odd because, you know, you got Fremen at home. We'll see. We'll see. Army-wise, I think we still have a pretty staunch force of Harkonnens. 45 out of 55. We're only 30 out of 45 for the Carino. Carino do have a war banner coming up, so they're working on building things. If we check out the resources, we see only 10 manpower a day on the ECAS. That hurts. If you're going to get in a fight, we need triple that, probably. You probably want 30 plus to maintain an army or losses for that sort of thing. Only 14 on the Harkonnens, actually, so they're a bit low, but just in general, they're higher thanks to the likes of Uman Kudu. The whole game gives you a baseline of extra manpower to work with. A lot of manpower for the Fremen, 28. Are they turning that into army? No, not yet. It must have been a relatively recent up to 28. A super conservative Imperial base drop adjacent to the old Imperial base. So Carino just bunkering down on their side of the map, just sitting tight. His territory, yeah, it's very smuggler-looking gameplay from the Harkonnens. If he had a Stakhanov, he'd be in a great spot right now, but he doesn't. He's not Stakhanov. That's not how the Harkonnens work. Harkonnens do like to keep a lot of neutral territory around their home, and they like that because pillaging is so effective and lucrative for the Harkonnens. But this vast southern expansion can't be anything but some war with ECAS. If not now, then soon. Harkonnens tried to trade with Carino, but the Carino shut them down, said no thank you. Is Deva cast in the game? Asks EJ247264. Indeed we are. Yup. Indeed we are. So Elvish Moss had a base drop. A careful, cautious base drop. We only have 2 out of 3 blues built at home. And then we're starting to get into some reds in the new place. I'd like to see you finish your 3 blues, get those extra votes online back at home. Opted for a quick administrative haul for some authority as well. I wouldn't have hated it if we had a slightly more ambitious base drop, but I don't know. I guess if you're an ambitious player, you don't play Carino. What are we seeing ECAS do? I guess they grabbed this spice field to the west. That puts them up to 2 spice at least. What are the Harkonnens doing? They've grabbed another spice field to the east. Okay, so that's 3 spice for the Harkonnens, including the worm nest. Everyone's pivoting back to some spice production now that the rate's about to be really, really juicy. Shamoom bringing the Fremen $1,000,000. I mean, they're doing pretty well economically. I don't know if it's Shamoom based. It's mostly because they're making a shitload of spice. And they're about to skyrocket if they're not already. Did we swap over? Nope. In 0 days, we're going to move from a 1.8 to a 2.5. And at that point in time, the 161 daily spice for the Fremen, juicy as fuck. A 3.6 rate. Did he get... He's opted for a Chom branch. Indeed, we're seeing triple economic buildings in Siege Tabar here. Very atypical to see 3 economic buildings built in your home siege, but I guess we're getting economic Fremen this game. You love to see it. You like to see it when it's a little off meta, a little unusual here. Plenty of Harkonnens in the front line, and now we've got Raban up there as well. Some of the Harkonnens get eaten by Shai Hulud here, who comes up and takes his pound of flesh. Down here, we've got some ECAS skirmishing on some neutral territories. They want to lay claim to this extra spice field before the Harkonnens get their greedy paws on it. But I feel like the ECAS army's still a tad light, 34 of 45, while we're up to 51 for the Harkonnens, looking quite strong and powerful. Harkonnens declined to trade from the Fremen. Harkonnens accepted research and peace from the ECAS, though. Fremen and the ECAS speaking together, no doubt conspiring against the Harkonnens. And speaking of the Harkonnens, they're not taking kindly to these Fremen on their borders and have now gone home after securing peace with the Ikaz. They're going to see what they could do against the peaceful traders of the Fremen. This is the capitalist Fremen selling water bottles at 15 a pop. Exactly. It's exactly what we're hearing. A Shamoon-based economy here. Another Landsrad Council online. Statecraft investigations, no big deal. Military, oh god. It's statecraft investigations, military investigations, and economic investigations. Does anyone particularly care if one color of developments goes a little slower for a little while? No, probably not. And indeed, I don't think anybody's spent any votes really on anything. Statecraft investigation passes courtesy of the House as minor. Fremen oppose military investigations because they're trying to catch up with their military tech because the Fremen indexed hard into the economic tech. I told you we got eco Fremen here. If we check, we've got sort of a smattering of yellow, red, and green stuff for Corino. Heavy into the yellow, a fair bit of green, and now trying to catch up in the red for the Fremen. Our Harkonnens have gone a fair bit of yellow too, actually, all the way up to crew training programs because they've grabbed a bunch of spice fields. They want that extra spice. Now also trying to fill out their red tree. And the Ikaz. Actually, all the players actually have, looks like, very similar tech trees. Everyone's disregarding the blue stuff for the most part. The only one really with any blue is Ikaz, who have opted for some spying, logistics, and diplomatic maneuvers, both of which are pretty good value early pickups, but puts them a little behind on the red stuff. The deep desert is completed, but ever so briefly. Whoop, we got combat. The Fremen have wormed in, looks like in the back line of the Harkonnens, and it does look like a really heavy force of gunners. We'll see if the Fremen are able to pull them down fast. Raban berserks everybody, so they're just going nuts here. Gunners are getting cleaned up, but a lot of damage still going down on the Fremen force. I think the Fremen are getting the better of it. Tough to see. We've lost a lot of the Fremen skirmishers, but there's a handful of warriors and Fedaykin, and of course Othame himself still online. Raban's still online, but all he's got left is troopers to help him out. Can the troopers overpower the warriors and the Fedaykin? I don't think so. It's turning into a real all-out brawl. Othame getting great value here, actually, dropping missiles from downtown. Othame a fair bit more DPS, I think, than Raban here. Ooh, it's super tight. Raban is a bit tankier, and Othame is more of is a bit more fragile. Some reinforcements show up from a nearby siege. A couple of infiltrators make their way in, and they will be enough to turn the tide. Raban is going to start a slow walk away, and indeed, he looks like he's in a bit of trouble. He's getting chased, which is lowering his speed, and he's afflicted by some hits. Who else has a speed lowering hit? Damage units suffer minus 30% speed off of Othame. Othame's got a snare on his attacks. Disaster for the Harkonnens. Complete rank disaster. Beaten by the water-selling economic Fremen at their own game. Hark now in a very tenuous and eco, mentions Kenry. Yeah, Hark in a very tight spot now. Ooh. In the deep red, they were relying so much on their pillaging. Their army, their first wave of troops rebuilt immediately has to march out in the field to try and get more pillaging done because they're broke. They're broke as hell, and you do need a little bit of money to make new units, at least the good ones. Bum bum bum. Looks like still peace down south. Ikaz so far happy to expand to honor the peace treaty for now and expand to the territory around them. Not much else out of the Imperials to the west. They did finish their triple blue at least and have gone double red. No further land taken though. They gotta be sitting on a decent amount of authority. Only 140. Carino's authority is just so low. Meanwhile, the deep desert surround is pretty great for the Fremen. Ought to be a pretty decent economic boost for everybody. The Fremen deep desert surround with the air of Arrakis, 20% authority production, and all of the neighboring villages get 2 additional benefits of their quirks. So this village gets an extra 40% more economic buildings. So there's no economic buildings there. This village gets extra experience gains for all military units. That's pretty great. Also money for water production. Unfortunately, it's only a 3 wind. Otherwise, that would be incredible. This one up here, a little bit of money for statecraft buildings, a shitload of militia slots. Okay, so the trouble is all the quirks around the desert are kind of shit. They do have +2 intel here if with 1 building of each type. That's quite good. He needs to build a blue one there to activate it. This one up here is some bonus resource production, but otherwise there's not a special there. This one gives you a shitload more plascrete, but bonus for... Yeah, the downside is all the quirks around this desert kind of suck. Potentially a lot of intel to work with, but not a lot of economic benefits to work with, at least, which you would think the Fremen were kind of looking for with their more economic-based play here. Let's take a look at the Chome market. Holy moly, we have 30% on the Fremen already in month 4. And that is largely because nobody else has bought anything. In the entirety of it, House Harkonnen have bought 5 shares for the ECAS, and an extra 20 above their starting 50 shares for House Carino. 6% Carino, 30% Fremen, and basically nothing for the Harkonnens and the ECAS. We're seeing some pretty heavy ECAS play here. We still have an incredible army for Carino over here, and absolutely nobody looking at him. Carino, 65 out of 65, the premier force on the planet, but they're not at war with anybody, and nobody really wants to be at war with them, so they're just paying a lot of money, a lot of upkeep to keep that army in the field. If we look over them, they're paying 159 Solari a day for their army. Meanwhile, 46 army upkeep for the Fremen, 80 army upkeep for the Harkonnens, 108 army upkeep for the ECAS. Interesting. Paying a premium. Costs money to keep those military armed. For someone who literally only took economy regions, he's still broke. Yeah, if the ECAS take back those Harkonnen lands, they might be in a bit of trouble. But the Harkonnens have had time to rebuild a bit. And foreign recruitment here will be extremely useful if it passes, which it does, courtesy of the Harkonnens and a little bit of ECAS. Tax negotiations pass for House Carino with their juicy 400 votes, letting them get the cream of the crop here. Minus 50% Solari upkeep will be very nice, considering especially they were paying so much upkeep that we were just looking at. Also, extra assassins for all factions, just in case... All factions except the ECAS, who said they don't want any. Just in case you want to assassinate someone. A lot of diplomacy popping off back and forth between people. Harkonnens and the Fremen have accepted trade agreements. Ooh, that's dangerous. Harkonnens you generally don't want to give a trade agreement to, and the Fremen are already ecoing their balls off, and you're giving a trade agreement to them. It's a lot of extra money going back and forth. Did that get nerfed? 3 Solari production? 3% Solari production? It didn't used to be 10%? Maybe I'm crazy. House ECAS declined a trade from the Fremen. Dun, dun, dun. One part, you're talking about the space cruiser wreck? So 1 part per day plus 0.6 per day for versatile in the desert. Oh, he's got the plus 60% resource production from the desert. And because this particular desert is making spaceship parts, he's getting extra 60% spaceship parts. Spaceship parts through the roof for the Fremen army. You see, they're almost up to 100 already. Actually, they all have a flagship before too long here. Really weird and interesting Fremen play, but honestly, weird and interesting Harkonnen play as well. pretty standard, ultra-conservative Corino play. They've started to expand eastward. They finally picked up the Mundu Vale. They've gone over and they've picked up the energy sources over there as well. They do want some sort of energy sources to work with so that they can get some tanks or maybe a flagship online at some point. They're starting to butt up against the Ikaz territory. Ikaz mostly just wandering around doing some pillaging type stuff. Yep, that's just a pillage there. Not really expanding anymore. And then we're seeing the Fremen space out a little bit more. Take this one up here officially to make that spice field theirs. Keep the Harkonnens honest. Henry says he could trade those spaceship parts for authority, which then gets multiplied by the deep deserts around for the tax. So a bonus of 1.9 authority per day by trading spaceship parts. It's true. It's a convoluted way to get around back to it, but an interesting economic use of the space parts. Huge. Buy Chome, please, says Elvish Moss, who finally looked at the market and realized that we've got a 34% on the Fremen. It certainly looks like we're going to see a Fremen Chome play on this. It certainly looks like it. Does the Ikaz have any sanctuaries? They do. They have, if we look over here, 1 sanctuary here, 2 sanctuary here. Only 2 sanctuary in the back of their lands, as far as I can tell for now. Yet those ones don't count because the Harkonnens are giving them some grief. Hard to see how the Ikaz don't go to war with the Harkonnens in the relatively near future here. This is so juicy. Harkonnen armies mostly rebuilt, and Ikaz still quite low. Ikaz taken the advantage of peace, at least, to keep a small standing army to keep their costs low. 43 out of 45 for the Ikaz. 59 for the Harkonnen, 65 command points for Fremen, 65 command points for Corino. Fremen somehow making Shamoom work, though. The Fremen economy is cooking along, largely off of the back of a string of very nice spice rates and just a big spice income on 5 spice fields from their various harvesting teams. Everybody, you guys could just get rid of those. There's a harvesting team right here. Karina could go get rid of them. Otherwise, there's 1 here way in the front, 1 here in the north, 1 in the west, and then 1 at home. So if the Harkonnens were a little more aggressive, I guess they had tried to be aggressive and failed at it, and then just ended up ceding a lot of territory to the Fremen here. It's a bold move, Cotton. But this one, there's no reason this guy should be alive. Go shoot him, Carino. Put this gigantic army of yours to use. If it's not shooting Fremen, why are you paying for it? Peace Walker, glad to see you still covering Spice Wars. Yeah, welcome. Wonder if we'll get a resurgence in popularity. I mean, a boy could dream, but we'll never reach the heights that we would want with Dune Spice Wars because they've officially announced that they're not going to do anything else for it. We're in the final state. They're not going to give us any more patches. They're not going to give us any more DLC. At least they've said they won't. And there's no reason to believe that they're liars about it. So I think heavy sigh. I think our Spice Wars are doomed to diminish and go into the West. But it doesn't mean we can't still have a good time with them from time to time. How's the tech tree look for the Ikaz? Ikaz opted for pretty early yellow and green and a little bit of red, and they've now climbed up a little bit in the blue, headed up toward political art, which is the more political play. You need political art so that your charters don't get taken away from you. They've also got Landsrad support, giving them a bit extra max out for their influence, but largely that's just a stepping stone to get up to the political art. It looks like maybe they had started on the Cosmopolite Elegance, which would be extra bonuses from max information levels. Meh, not bad, not bad. So we're seeing some blue stuff. Currently, they've got red stuff, though, queued up. They need to get up to the military propaganda because they're way, way behind on that. They're fortunate they haven't been in big fights because they don't have as many command points as everybody else. Who are the players in the match? We have Elvish Moss on Carino, Shai Hulusi, a.k.a. the Beach Cat, over on the Fremen. we've got Luchador de Loco on the Harkonnens and TMB on House Ekaz. And it's looking like a Fremen Chom game, and it's gonna be a little difficult for the lobby to stop, I think. We shall see. The only downside is the Fremen don't have any political power, so if we get to the likes of some market shenanigans based out of the Landsrod, they're not gonna be able to do anything about that. We'll see. We'll see what comes up for them, though. Thanks for joining, everybody. We're hanging out. The match is looking a bit spicy. It's true, Leonardo. Thanks for joining us. We had some really interesting sort of aggressive expansion from the Harkonnens, and then we thought they were going to beat up the Fremen who have gone really heavy into economic play, and the Fremen managed to hold the line, and the Harkonnens signed a peace treaty. So now it looks like the Harks are pivoting down south, but at the same time, the Ekaz looks like maybe they're looking for trouble, but they don't want any of this smoke. Ekaz are sitting only on 43 command points, while we got a full 65 stack for Harkonnens. Don't do it, Ekaz. TMB, don't do it. You're outnumbered. He's kind of wandering around. Is he going north? He is. Never mind, he's not fighting Harkonnens. He's headed up toward the Imperial Basin, which is free for the taking. This would be a great pickup for the Ekaz. It gives them a special region. It gives them the Imperial Basin, which is a recruitment office. They needed themselves some extra manpower. Fremen on me, he says. Oh, Fremen on me says Carino. I thought they were on the Harkonnens. But it looks like the Fremen army has beaten the Ekaz army, but they are getting missile struck. They are very, very low. Reinforcements could certainly clear this up. Fremen are pillaging this, and they've killed the militia here, and they're pillaging that. How close are we? We got 6 Sardaukar landing in just a moment. 6 Sardaukar might do it. There's a lot of low health units there. With a little bit of micromanagement, you could just do a string of executes and pretty much wipe that whole Fremen army. Can they get there in time? Where's the rally point? Right there. Okay, let's see it. Time to shine, Sardaukar. And indeed, the Fremen say, oh, shit. Unfortunately, Othane was out of position. It's getting chased, and the Sardaukar are absolutely butchering this low-health army. Oof, 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 oof. Sardaukar, of course, have an execute ability. Executes enemies under 5% health, and then the threshold raises by 2% for each ally in range. So 6 Sardaukar have 5 allies in range, so it's an extra 10% higher. So anytime they hit a unit that's at 15% health or lower, it just dies instantly. So that very weakened, low-health Fremen army just gets literally executed by the Sardaukar. Buying space for the Harkonnens to push in up north and again attempt to break this deep desert stranglehold. Meanwhile, the Ekaz have grabbed the Imperial Basin and are also moving up to grab the energy sources in the middle, giving them an important foothold on some territory, letting them project the power to the north in case they need to go up and kill a 36% Chom holding Fremen monopoly. We've got reinforcements for the Fremen coming online, and indeed we've got the Fremen flagship online as well now. The Altar is out and about. I don't know if the Fremen can contest this Harkonnen force. It's a little beleaguered. It's quite low on supplies, but they're just about to complete this annex. If they're going to go, they got to go really soon, and they do look like they want to go. I think they're trying to worm into it. Looks like they're collecting together. Is that sandy enough to get a thumper? Yep, there it goes. There it goes. They're going. It's going to be super tight. It's almost about to tick over. They need to get someone on the point, or it's just going to move over to Harkonnen. They're out and about. They're on the point in time, just by the skin of their teeth. Now can they beat Harkonnens? They didn't quite have a full stack here, but the Harkonnens were a little beleaguered. It's looking pretty good, actually. A lot of DPS coming out of the Fremen forces. The skirmishers dropping bombs on this clumped up stack of Harkonnens. And I think the Fremen are going to clean this up. Wow, wow, wow. Devastating for the Harkonnens. They're going to lose their full stack again just a 10th of a day before getting the annex off. Big win for the Fremen there. Nice to see. Nice to see. Wow, wow, wow. Ikaz holding the peace with the Harks in the south for now. Harks did complete this village grab here to the trifecta of bunker territory around the worm nest. It's going to make it a little harder for the Ikaz to bust through if they ever want to actually get there. Ikaz were focused on the middle, where they grabbed a couple of middle territories there. Of course, we saw the Fremen rebuffed from the Carino lands, Carino rebuilding. Carino currently the largest army. Luchador saying, I'm rusty. What army do I even build to fight into the Fremen? It's a fair question. Sometimes it's hard to parse. I don't even know, my man. I don't know. That Fremen army seems like it's punching a bit above its weight. Fremen, nasty foes to fight with. Of course, they do have the Great Volcano here, giving them an extra 10% military power. They do have themselves 30% Chom, giving them an extra 15% military power. They've only got the level 2 military building. They don't have the level 3 district. And Fremen are feeling bold, headed to the east to pillage Harkonnen lands, and indeed also crossing 40% on the Chom threshold. Okay, and immediately we see Carino on the march up north, and that is also going to be the sign for the Ikaz to march. Quite bold indeed to be pushing over 40%. I guess once this next round of units gets built, they'll have a full 65 command point army, and they have been trading very favorably into the Harkonnens. We did see them beat the Carino army at least once, but lost out to the reinforcements. Carino marching up the western flank. Harkonnens jockeying for position. They did get their village pillaged, but are now moving over. Carino, or Fremen, up to 42%. They're buying. There's still 55 shares for sale. Resource-wise, not much in the bank. Fremen are making good money at 600 a day, but not outrageous. 400 a day for Carino, 300 a day for the Harkonnens. I would think that they ought to be able to contest some of those Chom buys. We do see Carino in the west getting an annex on the White Rift. Gonna be really nice for them. Landsred comes up, and it is not Chom dilution. Instead, Imperial missionaries judge the council agenda contracts, not particularly big in any ways. I guess Imperial missionaries, sort of useful for everyone. You hate for the Fremen to get it, because it's going to give them more money to buy shares. But it does also give money to everybody else to buy shares, too. So it helps to kind of dilute the market, I guess. Maybe. We'll see. 42% is pretty close. How much more Chom do you need to win the game? Currently, 1151 shares available. You need 50%. So you need 576 shares, something like that. Something like 576 shares to win. Fremen currently at 485. So they need to buy about 100 more shares. Shares currently cost about 4,000 for 4,000 Solari for 20. I don't know. It's kind of doable. Kind of doable. Everybody's sitting on 4,000 after that previous Landsred passed. Ooh, Fremen walking across the desert. Shai Hulud says, "Not my desert." It's actually Fremen territory, but it is also worm territory. So Fremen trying to reposition to the west, but got caught by some worm sign, and they need to get in amongst the boulders. The closer they get to these rock walls, the safer they become from Shai Hulud, and most of them will escape. Lost a little bit. They're 53 out of 65 command points. All right. Is the lobby going to react to this? Or rather, how is the lobby going to react? Up to 43% for the Fremen. Ikaz has not bought any shares. Harkonnens have bought hardly any shares. Really, it's only Carino kind of contesting. House Carino bought. Fremen here bought. Harkonnens just recently have actually started buying, but only 5 shares at a time. And Ikaz just bought 5 shares, but not a whole lot. So everybody's buying little tiny bits. Not enough money to go around. Oh, combat. In comes Carino, working on this front village here. Orbital strike comes down, but honestly, it's mostly friendly firing the Carino forces, because in the absence of an enemy army to shoot at, the orbital strike is dropping on the village structures. And the village structures are surrounded by the Carino army trying to attack the village. And the Carino is forced off, sort of by their own orbital strike there. Gotta save those orbital strikes till the enemy fully commits. They do AoE damage, so if your defensive army is standing around structures that are getting bombed, your offensive army is standing around structures that you're trying to take that are getting bombed, you're also taking some of that fire. 45% for the Fremen. Fremen doing quite well, making 761 a day. Are we going to see the Shamoon play actually succeed? Fremen army is in the west, jockeying for position against the Carino. Thinking about going in. Carino army, 65 out of 65, looking pretty good. When Sissia was down, they're rebuilding Sissi. They lost their hero. We do have an artillery drone dropping in some bombs. Are they going in? Are they going out? Looks like they're going in. Full on combat. Looks like they're focus firing down the incinerators, which is generally wise. Incinerators do pretty good work. Are these Sardaukar able to get anything done? We got a couple of artillery drones also dropping bombs in. Some of the Fedaykin are tasked in the back to deal with the artillery drones. I don't know. It's looking like a pretty pitched battle. To the east, Harkonnens trying to liberate some territory. Nothing yet from the Ikaz. Looks like Fremen army is gonna be triumphant here. Most of the Sardaukar are ending up cleaned up. The artillery drones not really able to turn the tide, getting some kills, but are going to get cleaned up themselves thanks to a couple of Fedaykin that got all the way in. Would have loved to see a missile turret here in the White Rift. Would have really been incredibly helpful, that fight. But Fremen take some heavy losses, but are able to wipe out the Carino force. Ikaz just chilling at home. 47% for Carino. Will no one rid me of this troublesome Fremen eco player? 47%, getting pretty close. Danger close, I might say. Ikaz currently burning down a siege at home. That'll give them some money. I think I'm going to buy some chom. Everybody's broke. Still 1,000 a day on the Fremen. That's a game-winning amount. The spice rate is very good at 2.3. It's going to move to a 2.1, which is honestly still pretty good. Harkonnens are making absolute gangbusters. 420 spice a day, thanks to probably some wild oppression going on in their own people. But for now, it's going okay. They're about to cleanse this. They're just about to take this region. They need to go kill this spice harvester, which they can't see, gets stealthed in their own region. Everybody needs to be out and about hunting harvesting teams, especially with assassins. It's the best thing you could possibly do. Run an assassin out and stab a harvester. 47% for the Fremen. They got 2.6k in the bank. Shares are selling at about 6,000 per 20. There's 29 on sale. It's gonna be pretty close. The only thing that's gonna save them at this point is maybe a chom dilution from the Landsrad. Landsrad kicking off here in 2 days. They better hope and pray for a chom dilution resolution. A chom dilution resolution. Ikaz just sort of hanging out down south. Obviously have decided that this economic problem is everybody else's problem, not their own. Harkonnens having broke this desert surround is a good thing. We do see the income for the Fremen tanking quite a bit. But it's not gone, and we do see the pressure being let off of the Fremen army allows them to do a bit of back capping, and by back capping I mean back pillaging. They're not capping anything, they're just claiming the money from those pillages. And it's looking pretty good. They got about 5k in the bank. They're going to be able to buy 20 shares in a little bit here. We'll see what the Landsrat has to say about this. They can't be happy with the Fremen owning with a controlling stake in the Chom Company being owned by the Fremen. No such luck. Gear Regs, Water Cellars, Economic Investigations. Absolute miracle to not have a Chom dilution show up at this stage in the game, but I guess, do you believe in Shamoom miracles? The Fremen are Shamooming themselves to a crushing victory. It's true, creepers. It's true. I don't see how they stop it at this point. He's far enough. He pulled the trigger on the push a little too soon. I agree. But I think without the ECAS being more punishing, the Fremen have done a good job defending themselves. And no Chom dilution makes it feel a bit like a done deal. I don't know if you can commit enough economic damage to stop him from just eventually getting there. Kennedy points out that when tax drops, the new shares will be released, so there'll be a bit of natural dilution, but not a ton. Not a ton. Spice rate is 15 days still out, though. That's some time. I think the game might be over before 15 days pass. Especially, we're gonna have a pillage. Nope, he's pillaging a renegade base. That's also a chunk of change in it. Could be bad. Does anyone have a trade agreement with the Fremen? I certainly hope not. No, nobody. Everybody's at war with the Fremen at the very least. Fremen get their pillage off on the outcasts. They're gonna pillage that village. They're doing a bit of a. They're sitting on 9.2k. Oh lordy, there's no shares for sale though, but they've got a lot of money. They got enough money for at least 20 more shares. I think they need 30 to win. They buy 5. It's now just on, can enough shares come online to purchase? They buy 5 more. Everybody else really needs to turn on their auto buys. Up to 48%. Fremen are pillaging over here to the west. In fact, they found themselves another renegade base to work with. Ay, 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 ay. They've got a scav team down to clear out the renegades. I think the Fremen have got it easy peasy. Why aren't the lobby burning down Fremen territory? What are you guys doing? Carino army back at home. Ekaz army back at home. Harkonnen army at least like on the border saying, hey guys, shouldn't we be doing something here? What are you guys doing? You can see this big box that says Fremen 49%, right? It's not close. The Fremen are going to get it easy, actually, because nobody's putting any pressure on them. Now Carino says, oh, okay, let's fly to the north. Did somebody kill the harvester on Waldus? There's still enough harvesters. There's 1, 2... yeah, Waldus must have gone down at some point. But it doesn't matter. This one's getting this liberate there is going to be enough money, I think. The pillage is going down. Carino starts marching north, but they run out of water actually and have to go back home. It's a disaster. In come the Harkonnens in the east, but honestly, if the Fremen just scav team it, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Fremen Chom victory. Not something you see every day. I guess we there's nothing left for us to do but offer a humble apology to Shamoom. We spoke poorly of her, but she really carried the day for the Fremen economical victory. Wow, not something you see every day. Solara production pretty well ahead of most other people. At the end of the game, I felt like it wasn't so wildly ahead. We had a whole month period here, month or 2 months, where everybody's actually making plenty of money. I felt like it was just not getting invested into Chom shares properly. Like, look how few shares the Harkonnens and the Ekaz end up buying. It did not seem like a dominating enough economic lead to really turn into a Chom victory. It was also an absolute miracle that you went through 2 or 3 Landsred sessions above 40% Chom and you didn't get a Chom dilution to show up. It's It always fucking happens to me when I'm chomin'. Why doesn't it happen to Beach Cat? Who knows? Who knows? The good news is it was fast enough that I think we could do one more game. Would you guys like one more game? Should we do a third game of Dune Spice Wars today? I think we ought to. I think we just might. How are we gonna make it weird? We made them play on the erg. Usually the other maps are considered so out of the ordinary that they're not played very often. Desert Ridge is a long ridge crossing the desert. Oh no, that's a different one. That's like for like a team game or something. A large valley is a team. Sandy Valley is a team game. You got the small dune maps. You got the large dune maps. There's the Great Flat. Many deep deserts with a strong emphasis on mobility. Those are always pretty wild. You got the Populous Basin, densely populated map. Those are super wild. Unfortunately, while they're very cool, they tend to be pretty imbalanced in the favor of heavy pillaging type factions like smugglers and Harkonnens. 2 players at each extremity, perfect for team matches. A large valley, 2 players in each, perfect for team matches. Let the dice choose the map for you, a random map type. I guess we're playing a random map type, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we are. We got Pablo in the map. Here's the code, everybody. 4XV, or 4XWV. W. 4XWFV. I'm going to pop that in the chat. For anybody that wants to play, open to anybody with a little bit of spice and a dream. GG to all of our players so far. Give it like 2 or 3 minutes, and then if nobody else, if we're not filled up and you've already played today, feel free to jump back in and grab yourself a spot. We could turn up, you know what? We're gonna turn up Sandworm aggressiveness to high because that makes me laugh. Storm strength will leave low. Local strength will leave low. Spice contracts is fine. Yeah, we're gonna play on a random map. Yeah, ALV 694. You're reading my mind. Make the spice worms high. We're doing it. We're doing it. We got Bud the Chud in the in the lobby. Bud the Chud's here, ready to go. It would be really funny to fuck with the speed. Be like, all right, everybody, you have to play on. You can't do it too much. It defaults to 1.5. I thought you could juice it up to 2.0, but never mind. 1.5 is fine. I thought we could we'll make everyone play at ultra fast, 2.0 speed. Would be very funny. Okay. There is of course the quick start for an accelerated early game. Not recommended for beginners. Honestly, I like the idea of a quick start. Fuck it, we'll make the players play a quick start. That's also a little unbalancing. It's better for certain factions than others. But so be it. We're not here for fair and balanced games. We want to see shit get weird. We got the Spice Snorter loaded up and ready to go. Bud the Chud, Pablo Alo, 2004. It's a great year. Ready to go. Hopefully the Choman Fremen was entertaining for you today. Yes, Beach Cat, I loved it. Just disappointed with everyone else. Spice Snorter's in. He says, I watched your videos to learn the game. You're in a casted game right now, brother. Now is your time to shine. All right, we got room for one more. Anybody's welcome. I think we probably don't need any cutting edge pro players because I think we're probably getting a bit deeper into the community here. So let's go. Let's go. No pros, please. But we do need one more brave champion to round out our weird ass game. You're gonna have to outdo the Fremen Chom to make this an entertaining match. The last two have been clown fiestas. I mean, to be fair, a lot of our Spice Wars players are pretty rusty, myself included. So, like I said, we're not here for the cutting edge pro play. Just having a good time. Just listening to the Queen, doing our best here. I'm new, let's see what happens. All right, let's see what happens. Bud the Chud says he's new on Vernius. Not a particularly beginner-friendly faction, those Vernii, but we're here to see what happens. If we also have a total clown fiesta for a third game, I don't know. Sometimes a little fiesta is fun. Room for one more. All right, let me shout out in our Discord channel since people are a little slow to come around. Room for one more, folks. Room for one more. Well, we got ZX back. Yep, you're good, Chip. Never mind, you're good, ZX. You are welcome to play again. Let's go. ZX was our friend player from our first game, and he is back for the third, and we're ready to go. We got the Spice Snorter on the Atreides, Bud the Chud on Vernius, Pablo Alo on Corino, and ZX reprising his role with the Fremen. Boys, we are random map type and high sandworms. FYI. Chaos level. Let Shy Halud eat well this day. All right, let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. I think we're going to turn off mid-join spectators. You need to get in by now if you wanted to. Ready up. And may the best Spicer win. All right, I'm excited about this. I'm excited. High sandworm is always fun. If you turn up high local strength, shit gets a little weird. High spice contracts is also bizarre, so we don't worry about those. Change the amount of spice that is due. Nah, we don't go with that. That makes stuff a little too weird. Nope, I'm sorry. We had space for a little while. We needed people to be a little more aggressive jumping in. A hedge stacking of it coming. House Corino. I'm all out of my beverages. I'm getting thirsty. Maybe I'm gonna run and grab a drink real quick. I'm gonna let the game cook along as the players get started. We don't have a whole lot happening right this second, and I'm gonna grab myself something to wet the whistle. BRB. All right, we're back. We're ready to go. We've got a great group of viewers today. We've got a great group of players. We've got ourselves... Is it a normal map? Elvish Moss says it rolled a normal map. It's kind of big. Is it a large map? It might be a large map rather than a medium. It looks pretty large to me. Though it's hard to say, it all looks the same. But I mean, look at this guy. Okay, well, we'll look at it. It looks like a large map to me, but it could be a medium, and I'm having trouble judging scale. But looks large-ish. So we'll see what a large map does. All right, let's check out our players. Up in the north, we've got Pablo Alo, 2004 on House Corino, with the very meta Princess Urulon and Hasamir Fenring. His first village, pretty solid, versatile, a fantastic quirk to get on your first spice field. Scholarly, not as good, but, you know, could be worse. Adjacent to him, he's got extra cheaper buildings down there. Over here, mostly junk. Over here, really nice. He's got himself rare elements with Ingenious Mind for 20% economic buildings and 10% more from hard workers. So we'll be able to turn those rare elements into a lot of cash early on. Pretty decent, pretty decent. 1 spice, 2 spice, and a worm nest for 3 spice. 3 easy spice for... So, you know, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 easy spice for Carino here to work with. That's not too bad, not too bad. They've got some pretty tight-in mountains and deep deserts, so not a lot of space to work with. They're going to have a relatively interesting base drop. I think you can check the map type on the top right gear icon. Oh, okay, yeah, map type Dune Medium. All right. We randomed into the absolute normal default map. Womp, womp, womp. That's pretty boring. I thought it looked like a large, but it's just my own sense of scale is off. I was hoping and praying, but nope. Dune Medium, so all normal standard settings, except we turned Spice Worm aggressiveness up to high. Sandworms take half as long to wake up from unit and harvester activities. Okay, let's hope Shai Hulud feasts this day. It's all we got going for us here. Anyways, in terms of special regions, you've got, of course, the worm nest up by them, but from there on, it gets a bit thinner. In the middle is a space cruiser. Way down there is a sandfall, so honestly, Carino looks kind of hosed by not really having any access to special regions. An easy worm nest is very nice, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Not a great starting region with Carino. We'll see what they can do with it. Over to the east, ZX reprising his role on the Fremen with Mother Ramallah this time, and Stilgar ben Fifrawi. Good old Stilgar. We got Mother Ramallah this time, who is nice. Gives intel for deployed harvesting teams, gives extra authority for deployed harvesting teams, and lets you incite rebellions, which is pretty fun. Oh, yeah. I think we didn't turn on Quick Start, did we? I meant to, did we not? Oh, I did turn on Quick Start. Accelerates the early game, mostly through resource gifts. We did turn on Quick Start, so we kind of fucked stuff up too. I thought it made you start with territory, but maybe I'm wrong. What does it do? Resource gifts. I think it just gives you a big... Oh, it's a big boost. +8 to authority for your quick start. An extra 4 manpower, an extra 60 plascrete. So it gives you a bunch more plascrete, a little bit more manpower, a massive amount more of authority for some fast early expansion. Once again, just to make shit a little weird. That's a huge boon for the people that are light on authority, the likes of Carino, really. But it's pretty nice for the fast expanders too. But I feel like for Carino, in terms of like percentage changes, that's pretty big for them. So, quick start is on, high worms are on. I sort of forgot we put quick start on, but there it is. There it is. Over to the east, once again, ZX has got himself a very quick well of riches. He's got a great volcano. Once again, I feel like every game's given a great volcano to the Fremen, practically. Space cruiser wreck up in the front, polar sink up in the front. Down south is an Imperial basin, but that's pretty much Vernius land down there. Notably, only deep desert is very close to Carino lands. You would have to go adjacent to, you'd have to go basically within missile range of the Carino main base in order to take the village that is around this deep desert. So an unlikely deep desert capture here, and there is no deep desert between Vernius and the Fremen, so we're not going to see any desert shenanigans this game. Fremen are going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. But they've got access to a lot of potential special regions, and a lot of just regions in general to work with. 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice, 4 spice. Easy 4 spice. More than that's going to be pretty contested. And even 1 or 2 of them. At least one of them could be, this one could very easily be a Vernius Spice down there. So we'll see. Not the best Fremen land to work with, but a lot to work with at least. So plenty of stuff there. Could the players just watch the stream to see the map though? They could, but it would be a shameful thing to do. Turn off the stream if you're playing in the game. Don't listen to me, don't look at the map, don't do it. Down here we've got Bud the Chud, who I believe self-identified himself as relatively new. We'll see what he can do with House Vernius, which is one of the trickier factions, honestly. Requires pretty good game knowledge in order to pilot effectively. He's got Bolig and Bronzo, which are pretty standard picks. And the first Landsrad picking up already. Imperial Audit for some extra standing. All factions might get a little bit of extra economic development from the research investments. And water subsidies for a cheap Polar Sink capture, if anyone wanted it. The Polar Sink village is a bit northwesternly, which makes it, you know, closer to Carino, but Carino typically would not expand quite that far out. Though I would love to see them do so, especially because, you know, if you could make that long walk, being able to annex territory for free, very valuable. Usually that goes to someone who can get it, make that long walk, usually like a Fremen or maybe a Smuggler's. It's also, if it passes, did it? Did it? It did pass. Polar Sink is free. Research investments passed, and the Atreides claimed the Landsrad standing. It also allows the Atreides to peacefully annex the middle, though. If you're the Atreides, you can just immediately start a peaceful annex. Why is it even 26? It's cost them 26 authority to annex. I thought it would have been completely 0. Must have been some strange multipliers here. Multiple annexations. Maybe because he already has other annexations going on? I don't know. There's some funny math going on. But in general, the Atreides can... in general, the Atreides can annex relatively peacefully, very cheaply as well. Spice Snorter is also happy to inform the lobby that he's fed the Shai Hulud twice already, and ZX says he's done it once. Well, I haven't caught caught it yet, but Shai Hulud feasts this day. Marvelous. It's good to hear. Let's see. So Bud, what has he got to work with? So there is probably potentially this spice here. He's got his starting spice here. There's probably a pretty easy spice down south. So, you know, 3-ish spice. The other than there's a little of a middle one, which is probably more Fremen favored. Special region-wise, there's an Imperial Basin, which is honestly pretty lousy for Vernius. They don't really care about the manpower at all, but it's a special, so it's something. Over here, you've got the Crescent Ridge, which is also terrible. It's at least on a 5 win, so it's slightly better than completely terrible. But not a lot to work with on the Vernius style of things. And just the layout of the map, it looks like it's probably going to push them into maybe some territorial conflict with the Fremen, which is absolutely not what early game Vernius wants. Early game Vernius wants to be left alone, so they can build up. And they can fight Fremen later, but not early on. A Suboid loses... A dozen Suboids lose to like one warrior. More worms eating people. Angus calls out early crafts from Atreides. Oh my lord, Atreides on 3 specials already. Let's take a look over here. We've got the Spice Snorter. The Spice Snorter out on the Atreides to the west, and already we've got Sandfall, Moondew Vale, and a distant White Rift captured, and a crafts workshop already in play. Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen, that is some aggressive play there. Atreides. Okay, so the boosts for the early game start have worn off. Atreides are about to run negative money. They're about to hit 0. So they are delving greedily and deeply. And these notably craft workshops have a very high upkeep value. 23 Solari a day to keep a craft shop working. He's got a craft shop, 1 craft shop, 2 craft shops already online, and the 3rd one comes online in the White Rift. He is basically bankrupting himself, but he is, however, cooking 33 hedge a day, month 2, day 1. I love it. I love to see it. I mean, he's super broke, but he's broke by turning that money straight into hegemony, which is, you know, all in all, a pretty decent deal. He's going to need to come up with some sort of money, and he's going to pray that nobody picks on him for a while. And I think the good news is he's pretty isolated. He's very far away from the Fremen. He's a fair distance away from the Vernius, and it seems unlikely that there's going to be much in the way of conflict between Carino. So Atreides might be able to just sort of chill and print hedge for a long, long time. Dear God, he might get away with it. The man is snorting spice like crazy. He does have Dr. Wellington Huey, a little extra knowledge, and a little extra health and regen speed for military units, and of course, the famous Lady Jessica, who can use the voice to force peace treaties on people. Yet again, in case anyone tries to cause trouble with him, he's going to be that very annoying Atreides, able to drop down ceasefires, able to defend his territory, and force non-aggression pacts with people when they don't want non-aggression pacts. And not to mention, there's actually also an observatory mountain here, which could very easily be Atreides territory. And the Polar Sink could also very easily be Atreides territory. And it's not even totally unrealistic to think that the Crescent Ridge down here could be Atreides territory. Could we see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, could we see a 6 special craft workshop hedge cook rush from the Atreides? I hope we do. I hope we do. Angus calls out there's also a strong bunker possibility on the observatory mountain. You could take village, and then all 3 could be covered with missile turrets here, which would make it very difficult to be contested from that angle. It looks like an outrageously favorable map spawn for the Atreides. He's so far away from anyone, he's just going to get away with it. So while he was going to be broke, he's actually doing pretty decent money-wise, because he did get 2 spice online relatively quickly. First spice field pays out for and he's even opted for research hubs there, which are also expensive. Where is he getting any money from? I don't know. Is he gonna pay his spice tax? He's doing all right. Indeed, the chom, it's flowing. The spice, it flows. He's playing an extraordinarily greedy style, but it does look like he's going to get away with it. And I think we have a... Bro, it's 2 a.m. and I'm streaming Dune, and you're here. Khan, welcome, my friend. Welcome. We're streaming. We're streaming some Dune. It is certainly... it's not a European-friendly stream, although I guess at this point we started some hours ago. So we started in the previous day, but it's already tomorrow for you. But welcome. You're welcome on board. I think this is likely our last game. I think I'm going to run out of voice stamina after this one. But this is game number 3. So if you want some Dune Spice Wars, we got 2 games before this if you haven't been watching. So lots of spice to go around today. And we're on under the Landsrad, shall we? Territory conquest, don't mind if we do. A massive boon for the Atreides. 500 extra hedge per controlled special region. Just barely the Atreides and the Fremen push it through. Fremen, or Vernius, tried to oppose it. Imperial Missionaries also comes through courtesy of the minor houses, paying off a little extra money for everybody. That's pretty nice, actually. It's going to give the Atreides a bit of... no, it's not. House Carino got it themselves. It wasn't for everybody. So House Carino gets themselves a little extra money. Atreides would have loved that cash, but it wasn't meant to be. Carino wanted it all for themselves. However, the Atreides will be perfectly happy to earn a free 1,500 hedge. Free 1,500 hedge from that Landsrad. There are plenty of times when plenty of players would kill for a free 1,500 hegemony. Oh, yeah. The rich get richer as the Atreides continue to cook. Plus 33 daily for them. We've got 15% chom already for House Carino, though. House Carino putting that early economic lead to good use. And honestly, the chom market is, it's 900 Solari to buy 20 shares. It is absolutely cratering out there. House Carino is not even selling. They're just working very efficiently up here. Where are they getting all their goods from? Oh, it was the one we called out earlier. All of these wonderful modifiers, double ingenious mind, double hard workers, on top of a double processing plant, on top of a double wholesale market. And what do you know? It cooks out 106 Solari a day. Hot damn. That's why you take Urulon, folks, because sometimes the quirks line up just right, and your whole economy gets powered by a single region. They've also just finished grabbing the Worm Nest, which is going to be another big economic influx for them. Very nice. So we're seeing an economic... they've got to be super careful, though. There's worms all about. The Worm Nest naturally has plus 50% faster sandworm attraction, and we are playing on hyper-aggressive sandworms. So I don't know if they'll ever be able to send this harvester out in the desert without it getting eaten, but... and that army may just be stranded there for the rest of their lives, but it's technically Carino territory. They got that going for them. We do see Special Region number 4 annexed by the Atreides, Craft Workshop number 4, kind of number 5 if you count the White Rift, come online. I wonder if folks have even noticed it. Ay. And he did get that before the next council. So the territory contest is going to pay out 2,000 hedge, not 1,500. Wow. We're just going to see just a straight sprint from month 2 straight to victory with hedge. However, 15% on Carino already ain't too bad. And we're in the second half of month 2. So there's plenty of time to cook for a Chome victory as well. And we know that the Atreides are going to be broke. They ain't going to be buying any Chome shares. We see the Fremen being mostly broke as well. They got a bit of a bank, but they're in the negative. Vernius here, our boy Bud the Chud, struggling a little bit to make the purple line work here. Not really any deep deserts to bounce it off of. A little difficult to get it where it needs to go. He's done some western annexation, but it's not going to be particularly lucrative to him because he doesn't yet have his neural node network stretching down there, meaning he gets a minus 50% on all the goodies that he's trying to pull out of this territory. We'll see how it goes. I think Bud's probably our newest player here, or our least experienced, and he's doing the best he can with Vernius. Vernius, a very tricky faction, sometimes tricky just to understand how your neural network is going to get places. It ought to be pretty okay. Once he finishes this annex here, it'll bounce through the desert down to these regions down here once they get neural nodes built in them. He's gone a little heavy in the railgun drones. Dangerous to invest early on because they're so expensive, both in upkeep and in initial purchase price. But Suboids suck ass. So if you don't have the careful micro to manage your early Suboid armies, you need a railgun or two to help bridge the gap there. So not totally unusual. We're just seeing some general expansion from the Fremen. However, a rather chunky Fremen force is now heading south into the Imperial Basin, which is very close to Vernius army. Is there any diplomacy enacted? Nope. Fremen are at war with everybody. Currently, Carino and Atreides are at peace, and Carino and Vernius are at peace. And indeed, the Fremen look like they are headed straight toward the Vernius army. The Vernius army, to their credit, is running. That is the correct move. To flee for your life. This is a very aggressive, very punitive play by the Fremen to just kill a Vernius army. It's gonna put poor Bud in the dumpster here, a little more than it already was. Losing 2 railguns, pretty expensive. That's 1,400 Solari or so worth of army, I believe. I think there's 700 a pop to buy. It's hard for me to check out in this. He's buying a bunch of fighting mechs. That ain't the play. Unfortunately, they're going to be very expensive. The play is to try to beg for peace because a poor Vernius does not contend with an early Fremen army. Maybe if he's lucky, Shai-Hulud will come eat some Fremen. Currently he's getting pillaged by the Fremen there. Atreides pick up another spice field up here. Not a whole lot. Carino just sort of building out their territory. And nothing Bud can do about this, unfortunately. It would be a tough hold for a very experienced player. You just can't really contend with early Fremen aggro as Vernius unless you're a lot faster off the line to get a powerful economy going, because all of your military is dependent on your economy, since your military is dependent on expensive ass drones that you need a lot of Solari to buy. Foreign recruitment doesn't do you any good because your Suboids can't do shit against the Fremen. Ay. Foreign recruitment goes through for House Carino, courtesy of minor houses. Infrastructure control does happen. That's a nice boon for Vernius, and the Fremen actually wanted that to happen. And Trial of the Great Houses with a random smuggler bounty gets opposed by largely Atreides and Carino to eke out some extra money for it. Bud wisely calls out to the lobby that he is getting his butt kicked over there by the Fremen. The problem is there's not really anybody in a position to do anything about it. As much as people would love to punish the Fremen for their hubris, Atreides lands and Carino lands, they don't even border Fremen lands anywhere, so they'd have to go pretty well out of their way. The Spice Snorter sends thoughts and prayers to help. About what you'd expect. And a little extra pillaging gets done by the Fremen, and they march their way back home. Fremen and Vernius shouldn't be fighting each other at all right now. Very bad move by the Fremen. I mean, it's not bad for the Fremen. The Fremen kind of want this territory, and keeping Vernius down is reasonable. I think, and it's hard to know how much trouble you're in at this point in the game, but 43 a day on hedge is a huge boon for Atreides. Carino at 23% chom is pretty dangerous too. We can see from our omnipotent godlike view, we can see the Atreides and Carino just absolutely lapping the lobby in their various victory conditions. But it's harder to know from the first person standpoint unless you're paying a very close attention to the faction summary and saying, hey, wait a minute, how much, I typically in month 3, I'm not exactly looking to see how much someone's making out of craft workshops, because it's a bold move to move into them too early, because it's a deep tech on the tree. You got to go all the way up to valuable trinkets, which otherwise doesn't get you a whole lot. And then you got to fund those early craft shops, which can be real difficult economically. But yeah, obviously Vernius is not a danger to anybody. The only benefit to the Fremen maybe is beating up Vernius and taking their things for themselves. Atreides is more hedge than, Atreides doesn't have too much hedge right now. They're only at 12k compared to like 11k for the Fremen. The problem is they're making so much of this hegemony is like safe and banked. It's always the danger of hedge. I think we could probably even look at it. Where can we find it? Is it in a game summary, maybe? A faction status? Where do I look at a hedge total and it gives me a breakdown of like what is what? Here it is. So we could see the Atreides have already made 1,400 hedge off of their craft workshops, and climbing rapidly. Now the danger with hedge from craft workshops is it can't be taken away, right? If you get to the very end game and everybody's jockeying for position, you just need a little extra 1,000 here, or you just got to take away 1,000 from this guy. There's less opportunity for stuff to take away from the Atreides, since they have so much that by the time they get to that end game point, they're going to have so much that is safely banked up in their craft workshops. Even if you end up taking some territory away from them, they're gonna have a lead that they can just kind of pay spice taxes on toward victory. It's going to be real difficult to stop. If all your hedge was tied up in all of the territory you control, then people can just take territory from you. But there's usually a limit to the amount of territory that can be easily taken, especially from Atreides, but that's a whole nother story. Our Vernius friend seems like he's rebounded a bit. He's got his purple line through all of his territories. He's got some spice harvesters working. He needs to get another one up north here. I think this one might have been sitting idle for a while. He's got him. He just needs to task him out there. How's his economy doing? Not too bad. It looks okay. He's sitting on a shitload of plascrete. Needs to get that S-Vault built up. I'm guessing he's been hurting on the Solari line of things, but make sure you're building out your S-Vault, my man. You want your S-Vault should especially... Oh, no. Oh, the Fremen. The worst neighbors in the history of the world. Vernius is a fun punching bag every lobby. He is until he isn't. Lobby 1, Vernius was not the punching bag. Lobby 3, Vernius is getting punched quite a bit, and he's getting pillaged here. So it's going to be a nice windfall. It's going to be a whole lot of cash money for the Fremen. At least they're not liberating. I guess they could be slightly more dickish about it, but nothing they can do, unfortunately. But nothing they could do but expand away from the Fremen. Try to argue for peace. Tell the Fremen about all this juicy tech you could be giving them if they just would stop burning your cities down. Honestly, he's not even that ahead of tech, so it's gonna be a hard sell. The one saving grace is the Atreides have not yet annexed the Polar Sink. They're also super poor, so they're only getting to their 3rd district now, trying to get some red stuff online. This is not the play. The play, my man, is for if you're cooking hedge like a madman, get your, god damn it, what's it called? What's the name of it? Get your research center online for plus 20% hegemony. That would be pretty nice, wouldn't it? Why don't you have a research center, Atreides? You have 5 craft workshops. Build a research center. Nobody's even fighting you. You don't need a command post. Sometimes it's hard not to yell at the screen, but it is what it is. This is why I like the Baron. He treats the Fremen like the vermin they are. I mean, yeah. If you've played enough Spice Wars, you come to understand the Harkonnen way of thinking. And goddamn, do we hate the Fremen. 5 workshops and no research center is crazy, right? He's getting carried away. He's drunk on crafts. And he's not remembering some of his fundamentals, but that's okay. It happens. He's snorting too much spice. The notorious Research Landsrad that nobody particularly cares about. Would you like to lose 50% of development speed on one of these 3 colors? Who cares? Doesn't really mean anything. We did have also another notorious Imperial base drop next to the other Imperial base. Boo, says I. Boo, says I. I like aggressive Imperial base drops. Get out there and grab some territory for yourself. But this base drop says, please don't hurt me. If you come close to me, we'll shoot missiles at you twice. It is what it is, though. Sometimes there's just not a good spot for base drops, though. I think this is absolutely where I would have dropped a base. Right here. Because then you take a space cruiser wreck and you take a polar sink, and if someone tries to take it back from you, your base shoots missiles at them. A base back here doubles your quirks here and here and here, but I don't know. I guess these quirks are pretty good. These quirks, not that good. These quirks, also not that good. So, an extraordinarily, what's the word? Conservative base drop. And we'd like it if it was a little more than that. Why is my phone beeping? Well, we're trying to cast a game here. So, it appears we're going to relatively peacefully, except for occasionally kicking the Vernius in the balls, we're going to just slide on into a relatively early late game of Choming Carino, although, to Vernius's credit, Vernius picked up 11% of shares to slow things down a bit there. 43 daily on the Atreides, though, and they are starting to pull away. We've got the Fremen marching out. Where are they going? It looks like they're headed west. Now north. I thought they were marching to Atreides, but now it looks like maybe they're marching to Carino. Carino's got an army. 55 command points, 63 command points for the Fremen. Could be a fight here. 5 Sardaukar and 10 conscript riflemen. Unfortunately, no hero for them yet. Sissy would be really nice. We do have an Othame. A Thumper goes down to ward off the Carino defensive squad, and Carino respects it, giving the Fremen some time. There still ought to be a couple days for them to rally and come back out. Fremen are opting for a liberate here. A bit of an unusual play. I don't know that that really gets the Fremen anything here other than an enemy. We've got an Atreides army posted up, but unsurprisingly, there's not a lot of an Atreides army because they can't afford to pay them. Supply drop goes down to refill the Fremen reserves. They're going to try to pillage or take this next territory. Just about time for the Thumper to elapse, and now there'll be a window for Carino to come in. And indeed they are. It's a pretty staunch Carino force. I don't know if the Fremen will be able to stop it. We'll see. Fisticuffs going down. The Sardaukar close, and the conscripts open fire. First Sardaukar going down relatively quickly to focus fire, but we're starting to lose some infiltrators. Some strange micro as Carino forces fall back. A Thumper goes down, calling any worms to the area. Most of these units are safe, but Carino got a little spooked and pulled his riflemen in. Yep, I think it's pretty bad for Carino. It's a good Thumper. He would have been actually fine with the original setup of the riflemen being on the ridge here. They're actually safe, but I think there's a bit... Oop, the worm shows up and eats maybe a Fremen unit? I think there's a bit too much shuffling of units forward and back, and he lost too much uptime on his DPS there. This rocky ridge here actually keeps the Carino riflemen relatively safe and is a danger to the Fremen coming out to get them. But now all your Sardaukar are dead, and you don't have really anything that can really get in there. Shai-Hulud pops up in the back, gobbles a rifleman who stepped a bit too far away from the rocks, and it's gonna... This liberate is gonna go down from the Fremen. Will any of these riflemen make it back home? They're being chased through the desert by a worm. I think they'll be okay. Some decent losses on Fremen. They're actually running out of supplies, trying to get another pillage here. Okay, they do another supply drop so that they've got enough to get back home. Meanwhile, Vernius has been expanding down south, picking up the Crescent Ridge, picking up those energy resources over there. Atreides just playing the waiting game with all of their craft workshops. The danger of those early craft workshops is they take up so much resources that does kind of paralyze the rest of your economy a bit. Army-wise, everybody's sitting right around 45 command points, though everybody does have a 65 command point limit. We're seeing a lot of chatter back and forth between Carino and the Fremen. I mean, not too terrible. Oh, did something go down in the west? This was just freed. I didn't see what was going on over there. That wasn't Fremen, right? Would they get attacked by neutrals or something? I didn't see it, but it looks like Carino had that and that got liberated from them. That sucks. I was gonna say losing this is not that big a deal, but losing a spice field in the back is a bigger deal. That sucks for them. It's gonna slow down the old eco boom for them. Meanwhile, we got 25 daily hedge for the Fremen, which is something, and still 43 for the Atreides, which is a lot. A lot of back capping territory available, a lot of free land around home. Look, the Atreides have 3 territories that are adjacent to their home base that are not yet captured. And that matters because that makes them like the cheapest possible expansion. I guess they're paying a penalty to villages they already own, but 150, 150, so some very easy sort of possibility to boom your hedge as you get closer toward the limit there. Still a ways out. 16k hedge is a lot of hedge in month 4, but we're not into game-winning hedge territory yet. Landsrad pops off extra pillaging for House Vernius, a judge of the council seat for House Carino, and 2 spare assassins for House Atreides. Not too exciting. What's our spice rate look like? 2.2 right now. Going to stay at 2.2 for quite some time. In terms of spice output, the Atreides have actually taken the lead on it now that they're up to 4 harvesters versus 3 Vernius, 3 Fremen, and only down to 2 now that Liberate went through on the Carino. 111 a day for Carino, 93 a day for Fremen, 138 a day for Vernius, 211 a day for Atreides. And at a 2.2 rate, which is pretty decent, it ought to be able enough to keep the economy humming. Indeed, everyone's making pretty decent money. We've got 2,000 Plascrete banked up for Carino. It's a lot of Plascrete to be sitting around not doing anything. Carino with home base at 3 red and 2 red, but not doubled by their monument. The monument is going up in the new base, which is a 2 blue and probably a 3 blue, I'm guessing, but an unusual arrangement of districts. But at least he's got a research center and an embassy. Diplomatic-wise, we've got the full trifecta between Vernius and Carino: research agreement, non-aggression pact, political agreement. Likewise, the full trade gambit with the Atreides: political agreement, research agreement, trade agreement. Carino then at war with the Fremen. Vernius at least with non-aggression pact and research agreements with both Atreides and the Fremen, and then war between the Fremen and the Atreides. A lot of research agreements out and about. But we're seeing, what's this army look like? It's something resembling a real army for Vernius now. He's opted for Nuwa rather than Kater. Nuwa was the old way that Vernius was played a lot, but Kater is by far the more meta choice now. Nuwa is pretty cool. Faster drone recruitment speed, spying operations last longer, units in range that are tethered, which is almost all the time, gets extra armor and extra speed. That's all pretty cool, and I believe she can heal. Can she heal? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe she used to heal and they took that away. I don't know if that's still a thing she could do. It used to be that she had her own separate healing that she could do for people as well. I think she can, but I don't know. But in comes some Fremen. Maybe. They're thinking about it. Kater is the more meta choice because Kater allows you to stealth your fight engineers, and then your fight engineers can just heal your whole drone army, and they can never be targeted unless the enemy is carefully prepared ahead of time for a probe operation in that exact region. But we are seeing Fremen come down south again, coming to try to beat up the poor nerdy kid, see if they could take his lunch money. 59 command points of Fremen, 52 command points of Vernius, but 6 of those are Suboids, which ain't great. And it does look like Fremen want to fight. What are you gonna do, Vernius? Vernius is gonna run. Get your fight engineer healing. Fight engineer, deploy the fight engineer. Quick. It's going okay because they're actually fighting in range of a double turrets for Vernius here. But please God, deploy the fight engineer. Okay, Nuwa deploys. She can do her own healing thing. The trouble is, the front line has already collapsed by this point. The drones are down. The couple of railguns left. Nuwa, however, is getting focused. He's doing the right thing by retreating in the line that he has turrets. So that is the proper play. That allows him to do a little bit of, theoretically kiting enemy attackers into more defenses. We don't really have a lot of militia here. Only one heavy militia and then the 2 automated militia. But the Fremen have dealt too greedily and they don't have any supplies. They're all starving. He manages to get the cap here, but all of his men die, and now it's a railgun drone versus starving Othame. Othame's gonna try to run for it, but he's starving. He's got no water, and he dies. Oh, this is the sort of haggardness we signed up for, ladies and gentlemen. Reinforcements come back out. 3 infiltrators and a warrior. Certainly enough to kill a lonely railgun drone. Do we have any reinforcements from Vernius? He only now queues them up. He was a little late on the retrain. Very, very common mistake for newer players is to get lost in the micro and to forget your macro. The macro says when you lose units, start making more units. But easy to get lost and forget about that. He also has way too many ore ships. We see like 5 ornithopters at home. Notably, each of these guys costs an upkeep of a certain amount. It doesn't tell me. Resources, but tell me how much they cost. I think, oh yeah, he's spending 20 bucks a day to maintain ore ships, which is, you know, not the end of the world, but it's a little extra money. At least get him out and about so you're keeping vision on stuff. You know, I will say, at the end of the day, the Fremen were forced to leave. They marched back home, and even though every single Vernius unit is dead, he holds his territory. So he's got that going for him. Well, I think we count that a victory. We count that a victory. Up north, Corino cautiously marching forward. They have retaken their spice field. They're going to retake this forward red cliff, which is pretty much garbage territory. It gives them access to this siege, but honestly, you don't want access to a siege. You got a Fremen enemy. You should probably be... Excuse me. You should probably be burning the siege down, because the Fremen can use it as a point of reinforcement and healing and all kinds of trouble in your lands. Imperial propaganda out and about. The big question, does the Atreides have a research center yet? No, of course not. Of course no research center for the Atreides, just raw dogging it with his unupgraded craft workshops. Landsrad online, Imperial propaganda, sort of useful for everybody. Tax negotiations for a little less Solari upkeep would be nice for just about everybody probably. An increased cost of Solari upkeep. Is anyone really hurting economically? Not particularly. So, you know, some of those are irritating, but nothing too bad. Indeed, the Atreides are looking quite good economically, sitting on a large manpower bank, a large bank, a full stack army at this point. Corino have mostly made their lands whole, but not a lot else they could go out and do. Okay, they are pillaging the siege now. That's the appropriate choice. It would be really nice to have saved up a scav team for a siege. Sieges tend to be pretty big fights, so scav teaming pays off good money. He is, however, leaving. No, don't leave. Yes. Leave a guy behind so that you can do a proper pillage on that siege. Oh, he was running because there's a worm coming to eat him. Is Shai-Hulud gonna catch him? No, he makes it home just safely. I think... Does Shai-Hulud maybe not strike on your home base? I feel like that might be a thing, but I don't know for certain. It might not be a thing. Fremen just kind of blobbing up and grabbing territory wherever they can get it. They've got a lot of territory. 37 daily hegemony for them. Atreides still making 43, still managing to stay ahead of the Fremen. Fremen quite close behind, although a lot of the Fremen is of course tied up in a lot of their territory. They are on 1 special, 2 special, 3 special. Potentially they could come grab an Imperial basin down here from the Vernius. There's a handful of extra territory for them to grab, so there's still room to grow for the Fremen. I could see a place where both Fremen and Atreides are relatively close to threatening hedge at the same time. It's pretty close still. We're only up to 25% Chom on House Carino and 15% on the Fremen. So Fremen also putting their money into the Chom market to keep Carino honest. Carino certainly set back a bit by those liberates on their territory. And there's just not really a lot of room to grow for Carino at this point. There's the Mir Basin over here is just like some energy sources. You ought to go back here and at least kill this renegade base. There's a renegade base over here you could fight with, but you're starting to, there's not a lot to annex. This is kind of worthless. This is not worth much. That one's worthless. This would be really nice, but you'd have to commit to war with the Fremen, which honestly you might as well do. Wouldn't it have been nice if your base was right here, though? Wouldn't it have been so nice? So much nicer than it is way back home. But then again, I drop aggressive bases and they get killed sometimes, so it's only a good idea if it works. Speaking of good ideas, Vernia's trying to lay claim to the basin, and we got a full stack of Fremen coming back. Here's some more Vernia's armies coming out. Bud's doing his best here, fighting off Ziek's aggression. And indeed, we got 60 command points of Vernius against only 54 of the Fremen. Oh no, a really nice play. Vernius drops a rebellion on this region, which ties up the defenses here, stops these missile turrets from firing. But he's not following it up quite well enough. Okay, now he is. He does need to dive in on the army. He's in danger of supplies, though. Okay, supply drop comes down. All right, good job, ZX. ZX playing appropriately and is gonna pretty much dumpster Bud for this. An unfortunate series of events for Bud there. If ZX had played that a little worse, I think he would have been in big trouble, but he did it properly. He did it well. He shut down the defenses here, so he didn't fight an army and 2 missiles at the same time. And then he dropped supplies when he needed to, so he didn't have to worry about that. He was a little slow on the engage, but he eventually got around to it and jumped on the army while it was still trying to clear off the rebellion. And all in all, goes quite well in favor of the Fremen due to some good, proper play there. Once again, poor Bud back in the dumpster. But kicking Bud around isn't necessarily helping the Fremen, other than maybe allowing them access to this Imperial Basin is pretty important, I suppose. If he's able to keep Bud from becoming too much of a thorn in his side, he can make use of this extra territory. And we are not seeing much in the way of Atreides' aggression. Indeed, the Atreides certainly resting on their laurels, as it were. 500 maxed out authority, nothing annexed. I mean, you could go annex something. You're making 10 authority a day, and you're not doing anything with it. Do you at least have a research post? No, of course not. No research post. Spice Snorter opening up an aggressive lead with that fast craft workshop play, and appeared to have been just so pleased with himself that he hasn't really done anything else in the game. I do like this aggression from Bud, getting out here, picking a fight. Is looking. He's got a decent little force here. Pick off the weak units. Pick off the weak units. You're in a decent enough spot. I kind of like this kiting. Go back and fight. Go back and fight. Just keep doing what you're doing. The resonance drone here says that as long as the fighting mechs are in melee, they're lightning shield burning down the enemy units. And then you kind of kite with the railguns a little bit. I like it. Get in this fight. I think this looks okay. Run your melee back, but keep your ranged firing. You need different control groups. You need a melee control group and a ranged control group. Draw him back into your defense, into the guns. Make him run. Okay, Nua comes down to heal a little late. I worry that once all the fighting mechs are done, it's all gonna fall apart, but it's very close to all holding together. I think Vernius might do it. He lost the liberate here, but he's gonna prevent the annex on the Imperial Basin. If he could, he ought to finish the Imperial Basin annex himself as soon as possible. But that was pretty decent. He loses his purple line. Yeah, his purple line breaks all the way through a bunch of his territory. So, yikes, to say the least. Very much yikes. And unfortunately, this is now devastated for the next 20 days. So you can't even do like a quick reclaim on it. Fuck. Landsrad Online. The Fremen want to trade with House Vernius, it says. Potential controlled markets would not be that big a deal. It fails. Eye of the Council comes online for House Carino. They've got 400 votes, so no surprise there. Actually, 400 votes and 950 influence cap. Potential huge political play online for Carino. And honestly, the rest of the lobby is not at all in position to stop that. We could see some Dune governorship play, maybe. He's very close to it. He does need to come up with an extra 50 Landsrad somehow, some way. What I want to have Carino do is upvote your Speaker of the Council. Pablo, if you're listening, and you shouldn't be, upvote Speaker of the Council so it comes up next so that you can get that. And then from there, you can try to get governorship. You don't want to be the water seller president. You want Speaker of the Council. Don't waste another month letting water seller come up before that. Spend some of that vast influence on upvoting the charter for Speaker of the Council. You're not going to do it, but I wish you would. Kenry says, what did he miss? And RS God says, an absolute mess. House Vernius accepted a non-aggression pact. Oh, you just won the fight. And immediately, the Fremen bring their beleaguered army back to steal the Imperial Basin out from under their nose. Meanie Fremen indeed. Hegemony crosses the 20k threshold. House Atreides without their research center. Almost 3-2 red though. At 20k, Fremen quite close behind, wisely research-centered up, have managed to keep the gap somewhat small between them. Oh, lordy lord. You know what has happened, ladies and gentlemen? What has happened is the House Vernius has remembered that they can obfuscate someone, and the valuable trinkets have been turned off. There are no more valuable trinkets. There are no more craft centers. Well, there are craft centers, but now they only cost money and they do not give you any hegemony. Times are tough. Times are tough. There goes the Atreides plan. So, when this happens to you, what you need to do is you need to go through and you need to dismantle all your craft workshops, because I believe you do continue to pay the upkeep for them. And they're not going to give you any benefits. We can see now that House Atreides is cooking 1 hedge a day. They must have a special agent. One of their special agents must be a hedge agent. Where's he at? Where's he at? There you go. Malika here is an artist giving you 1 hegemony a day. It's not a whole lot. It's not a whole lot, but it's all you got to work with. The only thing that still actually works... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, I thought this was war up here, but it's just Shai Hulud eating Sardaukar as renegades attack. Pretty wild. The only thing that still works is the Imperial base, the Emperor's Monument here. This continues to create 10 hedge a day, plus 20% from your research center. So we got a teeny tiny little hedge cook on House Carino, but House Carino being 7 or 8 or 9,000 hegemony behind the leaders is going to find it a hard game to threaten a hedge victory on. However, they have crossed 32% on the Chom market, so that's pretty good for him. There's maybe a theoretical universe where they're able to defend their lands and bunker up carefully, and then try to Chom their way to victory. I would like to see them annex this extra village up here and then, rebuild their defenses on the line so you have a bit of a bunker situation to defend the front line here, since you opted not to drop your forward base to defend it. We do have the Fremen posted up on the border, ready to go in. A rather large 5 militia defenses here, though. We've got a doubled extra militia slot, so It's a strong militia defense, and there's a pretty solid army for Carino. Everybody's maxed out command points, and it looks like the Fremen are... I thought they were coming in, but they're just going for the neutral village. This would really be nice for Carino to have. At this point, it would be nice for the Fremen to have too, but if I were Carino, I would definitely want to keep that. Carino coming up. Now their deep set missile battery here can't particularly help. We do have some artillery drones though, getting set up. Fremen opt for a pillage and then they retreat. They get a pretty tough line. I think they would lose a frontal engagement into that Carino force there. Down south, emergency measures were taken and certain new territory was grabbed in order to continue to stretch the purple line. Or maybe they just, I think it was going west that way and he canceled that one and rerouted it down south. That's fine. You do what you gotta do to make sure that you don't have 4 regions out of your neural node. Though, I hate that this is given over to the Fremen. I hate that a lot. Fremen looking decent from a hegemony standpoint. Atreides kind of lost, kind of sitting around. I would expect them to do a lot more annexing. Have they spent their authority yet? They have, at least. They're not capped on authority. They got that going for them. At this point, there's no reason not to just annex most things that you could get a hold of. Especially as the Atreides, where you've got some strong defensive benefits. Why haven't you taken the polar sink yet? What a great choice that would be, to have a polar sink. Sure, it probably puts you in conflict with the Fremen and maybe everybody else, but that's going to happen sooner or later. Might as well get it while the getting's good. Vernius has accepted a non-aggression pact from the Fremen. Again? Is that new or is that old? Oh, I guess that's old, just there hasn't been much in the way of... it was 6 minutes ago. Vernius wants to make a circle. You don't get any benefits from making a circle out of your purple line. In fact, you're explicitly not allowed to do so. New Landsrad up online. Oh, look! We've got a Water Sellers Union. And whether it happened intentionally or not, eventually Speaker of the Council is going to come up. House Carino looking pretty solid. Water Sellers Union is online. There's no way that they lose that. Carino gonna chome or gov, we gotta do something, says Fremen. Bro, says Carino. It's a lot of votes there, Chief, says Atreides. Carino says, I've only got 31 chome, it's impossible to chome now. And then Atreides says, he's gonna governor. Water Sellers Union gets opposed by Carino. I'm guessing, so this is dumb, but I'm guessing he's feeling like, ooh, there's too much heat on him. I'm worried about, drawing more attention to myself, so I'll just oppose this. Or maybe he misclicked. Maybe he meant to vote for himself. But if he rejected it because he didn't want heat on himself, the bad news is you already got the heat, Chief, whether you're a water seller or not. So you might as well take the benefits that you can get. If you're at the point where the lobby is already like, we should kill this guy, there's basically nothing you can do to like talk your way out of it or be like, oh no, don't kill me, I'll be nice. And Carino just goes and jumps on the Fremen army, which I love, but it's going quite poorly, unfortunately. Ooh, the missile strike will help though. Orbital bombardment comes down on the Fremen territory, makes it very awkward for them. The donkeys are deployed, shooting up at the Kronos. Shai-Hulud comes in, takes a bite out of the Carino army. I think Carino's getting the better of the trade. Indeed, the Fremen need to scatter. They just take a bit too much from that orbital barrage. Gotta watch out, Shai-Hulud is lurking, my man. Gotta be very cautious. Don't get all your Sardaukar eaten. Take this place, the Chai Hills. I guess it's still devastated for 10 more days, but you really ought to take it. There is another rebellion in the backfield, thrown down by honestly, neutral rebels were coming in to take this territory. And now that the Fremen rebels are there, the neutral rebels are running out of supplies and are going to die. And the Fremen rebels don't actually take it, they just occupy it and are annoying. Yeah, the poor donkeys got Shrek'd there. Donkey. Atreides, I think they're starting to take some territory as they slowly, peacefully annex some stuff here. We do see missile turrets and airfields go up on their front lines with Vernius, although I don't think there's anything they have to worry about Vernius. Holy lo moly moly! In the backfield, we've got a Vernius army on Siege to Bar. Bud the Chud, what an absolute legend, has taken the fight to the Vernius. I think he's in a bad spot about it, but trying to get an airfield up here. He needs not just an airfield, but like some defenses. Vernius didn't lose too much from fighting Carino, and indeed it looks like maybe Vernius spoke with Carino a couple times, so maybe that was coordinated. Unfortunately, this Fremen army is probably going to dumpster what is left of this Vernius army, and there's not really any way to escape. Fight to the death, Vernius, and hope for the best, but I think it is death. Nua's getting focused. She's going down fast, and that's going to be the death of everybody else. A lot of powerful railguns here, but they're already in the scrum. I don't think they're going to be able to deal with a bunch of warriors in their face. And a bunch of donkeys in the back with their surprisingly powerful donkey pistols. However, the Fremen are running out of supplies. The Fremen are out of water, and they don't yet have the cap. They're all starting to die from water. There's still one militia left. They just managed to get a cap on the village. They lost maybe 2 units, maybe half the health of the rest of the units. Oh boy. If Vernius had held just a little bit longer there, would have been like a full wipe of the Fremen army to supplies. Meanwhile, in the west, Carino is getting a nice liberate on this front special region from the Fremen. That gives them a bit of breathing room. Would have been nice to get an annex on that, but I guess you've only got 450 authority. And only costs 200. Why aren't you annexing that? You've got so much authority. What else are you going to annex? Oh boy. Sometimes they're fun. Kenry points out that with Nua, you got to keep her way, way, way back. Engineers are still needed to heal and give veterancy to the units as well. Yeah, Nua is amazing if she doesn't get killed. But it's not very hard to kill her, is the problem. Womp, womp, womp. Oh lord! We've got a treaty between Vernius and Carino is flying to the aid of Vernius. As the Vernius airport gets completed, the Carino army flies in to save the day. A thumper gets thrown down by somebody. Is it a defensive thumper? Is it an offensive thumper? I think you better watch out. Carino's out in the sand. They're trying to kill the altar. They do get the altar killed. Very nice. And by some miracle, Shai Hulud does not get there in time for any delicious treats. Vernius flies in and saves the day. Or not Vernius, Carino saves the day for Vernius. Vernius has moved their army back up. Are we going to see a concentrated push on the actual Fremen base? God, I would love that. We do have artillery drones angling for an angle. Words hard. Atreides AFK, as we've expected. On the front line, plenty of dynamic reinforcements coming in for Vernius. The first 2 artillery drones get the range on Siege to Bar, and they start the shelling. Now, it takes artillery drones about 3 years to shell down a base, but they will do it. We're seeing, okay, so it's a shot every, so shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's basically a shot every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, they're doing basically 100-ish damage. It's 200 damage every 10 seconds. It's what, 1200 damage every minute? You've got to go through 40,000 life. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. But it certainly doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end, and they will indeed get it eventually. Now, the Landsrat Online, War of the Assassins. Speaker of the Council is up. House Carino, I think you probably shouldn't opt out of this one. I think you should probably take that. Though, it might cause some stress in the Vernius Carino alliance. Landsrat Witnesses would be a nice pickup for, I don't know, I want to say it's a nice pickup for the Fremen, but the trouble is, if they're properly committed to the siege, then the Fremen need to come out to break the siege, in which case they're fighting in Vernius territory there, and no longer get the benefits of those Landsrat guards, but rather the Vernius gets a bit more of a benefit from them. So tricky, tricky, tricky. Do judges work on an allies faction territory? That's a fantastic question. It's a fantastic question. I can't properly mouse over a judge or anything. Do we have any judges? So at least the guards say inside owners' borders, not just inside friendly borders. So I'm assuming the judges are probably also owners' borders. We've got a sneaky attack. The donkeys come in to try to pick off the drones. It looks like they're gonna get one. They do cause the other one to run away. I think they delve a little greedily there. Whoop, Shai-Hulud comes up and eats something. The donkeys get cleaned up, and there is still one drone left. But one will be enough to continue the siege. You guys will be shocked to hear that the Atreides, meanwhile, resting at home. They're tired. It's been a long, hot day. The world they came from used to have water, and now they're in this hot hellscape. So they're just taking it easy, just a little siesta. Meanwhile, the sole surviving artillery drone gets back to work, shelling the base. And they've managed to take off almost 5k out of the 40k of Sietch Tabr. And indeed, it looks like they were thinking about poking forward. But we see a lot of Fremen speaking with House Vernius. But if I was House Vernius, I would hate the Fremen so much, I'd be willing to continue helping the Carino with the siege. Oh my lord, what the hell is going on? The Fremen have wormed their army up to take the Worm Nest. Right? Yes, there it is. That's the full Fremen army. They're taking the Worm Nest, but what happens if the whole Carino and Vernius army just walks into the base now? Now you gotta go back home as soon as possible. I understand being a little frustrated with the status quo of being shelled and being forced to keep your army at home, but leaving home with your army was not the play, my man. Oh lord. Base kills go a whole lot faster with incinerators in the mix. Incinerators put on a stacking debuff that stacks forever of plus 1% damage received, already at 50 stacks for plus 50% damage dealt, and all of a sudden this base is going to go down a lot faster. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've got a dead Fremen base here. I think it's a dead Fremen base. It's down to about 40%. The Fremen that had wormed out are walking back home. They've realized the error of their ways. Oh yeah, that's why we were keeping the army at home. But it's too late. There's nothing they can do to stop this. There's too many railguns, too many conscript riflemen, too many burn stacks on Sietch Tabr. And it is death for Zeeks. The Lord of the Fremen will not be the Lord of Arrakis this day. And will anyone get home without a thumper gets thrown down, which is fine for most of Vernius who are hovering above the sand. Way less fine for the Carinos who need to walk across the sand. They're actually okay supply-wise, because there's a supply drop there. But they want to get back to this airfield. Now, the thing to do, the Fremen need to betray them. No, you don't need to betray the Carino right now. What they need to do is they need to do something about the Atreides. Atreides have just managed an annex on the Polar Sink. Can the Alliance stop the Atreides from from hedging their way to victory? Once again, we have no hedge cook at all because craft workshops have been obfuscated. So it will be a very slow slide toward victory. However, not that slow. You're at 25.6k already. We've got a spice tax in 7 days. And lordy lord, we have ourselves a research center online for the Atreides. Ho ho ho! He can be taught. Research center means he will get 1,200 from paying spice taxes now instead of only 1,000. Think of all the spice taxes you've already paid, my man. And what if they each gave you an extra 200? Okay. Pablo points out that, oh yeah, the Atreides is winning now. We need to do something. And the Atreides says, I'm peaceful. I haven't done anything to anybody the whole game. Classic Atreides skullduggery. Now, not as easy a base siege available on the Atreides, but you don't need to kill the base necessarily. You could stop the Atreides just by taking a bunch of their territory. And the Atreides do rightfully point out 38% CHOAM. The market crashed when the Fremen with the second most CHOAM shares died, and Carino has bought the dip. We see Carino here, 20 shares, 20 shares, 20 shares, 20 shares, 20 shares. Oh, lordy, 15, 15, 15. Dumped their whole bank up to 38%. Pablo says, I'm losing money. You're losing money because you just bought 1,000 shares. He is probably losing money. He is actually losing money because he's full stockpiling. Because he wasn't paying enough attention and he's just barely going to make his spice tax. Maybe. 2 days. He's expected to be at 1,900. His contract is 1,700. He only has 1,500 in the stockpile. It looks like he caught it on time. Did the Atreides remove his craft workshops? He did. Yes, he got around to it eventually. Fortunately, Carino is making a lot of spice, so he is able to catch up and will just now crosses over enough to pay his contract. 1 day left on the timing. The next spice rate is going to be quite bad at 1.6, so there's not going to be a huge amount of money made. Really, it's just sort of bad times for Bud, who does not appear to have any sort of victory condition ahead of himself here. Agenda contracts, water regs, architectural surveys. Water regs would be a good thing. It would keep the Atreides from really getting any more annexing done to boost themselves, and they do still need a fair bit. It's not going to be much of a hedge victory if they've got to wait an extra like 80 days to pay 4 more spice taxes or something. Atreides do still have 2 regions near their main base, 1 open region to the north of them, a whole bunch of regions that they start expanding eastward. And looks like Carino's thinking about trouble. We do have double missile turrets over here, though. Atreides are, as we said, all caked up. Veteran militia and border defenses. So they've got their proud Liberator online as well, so it should be a tough Atreides defensive line. Where is Carino? Carino, where you go? Oh, they're headed up north. They're liberating a renegade base. I mean, you got time, but you don't got that much time. Our poor Fremen got base killed. He picked a greedy fight to the west with Carino. Carino got the better of him there. I guess Carino maybe picked that fight. And then while he was doing that, Vernius expanded up the back line here right into siege range of the base. And then Carino flew over to join their Vernius friends, and the Carino army and Vernius army together laid siege to Siege Tabar and managed to defeat it with some questionable defensive choices from the Fremen army. But Craft Workshop obfuscation is not what you want to go for as Vern if you don't know the win con. Yeah, I mean, he was... Poor Bud here has been pretty desperate for most of the game. So he's... win cons have been a distant part of his mind here. He's just trying to stay alive. Indeed, the game would have been over probably by now. Atreides would be at like 2,900 if the were not obfuscated. Vernius flies all the way to the north again. Are they trying to get some more expansion done? He's so far behind. He's at 14.6k. If you're gonna expand, you need to expand into special regions. I don't know that I would go up and try and take this territory. What is that gonna get you? Nada. Why don't you go take the Well of Riches and the Imperial Basin and I don't know, spice fields and a great volcano. But you do you, bud. Just have a good time with it. I think, however, you do need some war with the Atreides sooner rather than later. I don't know that the Carino win this fighting straight into the Atreides. How's the Carino bank looking? Plus 400 a day is not a crazy amount. The good news is with the spice rate being... he's hard selling into it? Carino is hard selling into a 1.6 rate. He's nowhere near his stockpile. That is... don't forget, my man. Don't forget. It's not a great plan. Looks like Carino may be jockeying to fight against the Polar Sink. In comes a Thumper, which makes it all quite a bit more awkward. I'm guessing that's an Atreides Thumper there, just to... Shai-Hulud comes up, eats something. Maybe a tiger, maybe a conscript. One lone Sardaukar didn't get the orders to retreat and will be lost for the greater good. Actually fighting like a boss there, but eventually going to get cleaned up. The Kraken alone comes out to shoot some missiles at guys. Thumper's still going. Shai-Hulud comes up, eats some Laza tigers. Meanwhile... Vernius has captured one neutral territory and gone back home. What is gonna happen? That one Sardaukar actually is gonna maybe... nope, he's dead. Okay, so really just some border skirmishes that nobody quite wants to commit to yet. Vernius walking westward. Now, with the exception of Nuwa and the fight engineers and the one Suboid you've got, the drones do not need supplies, and they float so they don't attract worms. So you can send drone armies on quite wild expeditions places. But Nuwa and fight engineers, however, do need water and do have footsteps on the sand, so they gotta be a little more careful about where they go. In comes Carino. They do manage to get a siege on the Polar Sink. In come the Atreides forces. Carino forced to fall back because they're not all together, and it's a bit of an awkward engagement. Down come the orbital strike. In comes Vernius from the south. The backstab on the Atreides forces. We're getting a fair bit of friendly fire from the orbital strike onto a lot of the Carino units, actually. I think it's been quite bad for Carino. Atreides re-engage. Wait, is Vernius here to kill Carino? Holy moly, Vernius is stabbing Carino in the back. They have not come to kill the Atreides. They've come to kill the Carino. We didn't keep track. Pablo says, bro, king-making is a betrayal most foul. Nuwa dies to thirst. Much of this Carino army is extraordinarily beleaguered, but they appear to have been swayed by the honeyed words of the Atreides that Carino was the bigger threat. I mean, the truth is that Vernius has huge problems with both sides. He's pillaging. He doesn't need to pillage. This should either be an annex as a forward base to attack, or, I mean, I guess you could pillage for no particular reason, but normally you would pillage something like that for supplies, but all you guys that needed supplies, they died a while ago. The Atreides stand alone. King making on my Arrakis. Arrakis has no king. Arrakis needs no king. One Sardaukar could kill that whole army. Yeah, just about. He was trying too. He was chasing him. Okay, it looks like we're gonna just Landsrat our way on into the future. And what exactly will be up for the Landsrad? Atreides look like they are marching. Nope, they changed their mind. They were dangerously close to trying to do something. Ooh, loss of rights is online, but ain't nobody got any votes. Vernius is in the pits. I think they betrayed there. If we check our faction status, we can see Vernius has a traitor debuff. They stabbed the Carino in the back. Now, the downside of that is you lose a massive amount of your Landsrad standing straight to the pits. Not the deep pits, not the pariah pits, but the low, low pits. And you lose all your votes. So, portfolio scrutiny also would be bad, but, oh, what? House Carino? Why? Oh, no, I guess, it's just scrutiny. It's not dilution. Okay, so you cannot buy Chom shares. You could sell them for hedge if you wanted to, but you're not gonna do that. It just means you can't buy Chom shares for a while. That's fine. He can afford to sit on them and bank for a while. We have a very aggressive Kraken here. Fortunately, there's no one to shoot it down, but he's just kind of floating around on his own. You know, if you're afraid of the desert, you could load your units into the Kraken. It's a transport, and you could ferry them across the desert and then unload them on the Carino base. Just saying. 27k hedge for the Atreides. Spice-wise, we're about 3 days from attacks, which ought to put the Atreides up to 28. Carino did remember, everybody is hard selling all of their spice. I guess, well, okay, I guess Atreides are only hard selling because they're at max stockpile. Vernius is broke, negative 1.5k. Oh, another downside of the betrayal modifier is it reduces your spice rate, minus 50% on the spice market. Ooh, so you don't get shit for selling your spice. And it's expensive to be Vernius, so if he's negative 200, he's deep in the pits of both Landsrad standing and money. He's economically bankrupted his entire great house and will take some time before he's able to help. He cannot even heal his units because healing them requires money. Carino walks forward, immediately gets thumpered by the Atreides. Atreides perfectly happy to sit on the status quo. At a 28.9, they're looking damn good. One more spice tax will win it for the Atreides in 24 days, which sounds like a lot, but with this lobby feels almost like a guarantee. Can Carino take a territory away from the Atreides? Almost certainly not. Because you have to deal, we don't have a ceasefire prepared, but you do have a Lady Jessica prepared. I think. Does he have influence? No, of course he's got no influence, so he does not have Lady Jessica prepared. But in theory, you could have a Lady Jessica prepared. Is he peaceful annexing anything, was the question? He could. That one is not getting annexed. Is he sitting on any authority? He's only got 100 authority, so not really anything else to annex unless it's already cooking somewhere else. I mean, oh, it is. It is. Peaceful annex up here. All the way across the map on the Great Volcano. That's the game. 2 days left. Atreides have done it. AFK'd their way to victory. In this thrilling lobby of Game 3 of our cast today. Shout out to Bud the Chud, who has had a rough time of things, but has at least been very entertaining. Shout out to Ziak, our aggressive Fremen player, who has also provided entertainment to us before he died a horrible, well-deserved death. Likewise, over to Pablo Alo on House Carino, who is going to, unfortunately, sit at 35% Chome shares when literally no one else on the market has any Chome shares at all, except for 30 for Vernius. And we give a victory to the Atreides. Ouch. But it's the way she goes. It's the way she goes. GG easy. Thanks for watching. Thanks for playing, folks. Whew. All right. I think that's it for our game day of Spice Wars. We got 3 matches for you. We've been at it for about 4 hours now. I can feel my voice beginning to crack. I am too weak, Anakin. Help me. I think we're done. I think we're done for the day. 3 Spice Wars is enough Spice Wars for us. Solari production, Solari stocks. Atreides had saved up a lot of stocks, but what did they spend it all on? At one point they had 15,000. They bought like a little bit of shares. At one point Atreides sold all of their shares. I'm confused. There was some crazy shit going on. I do love the off-meta lobbies, though. Always entertaining. Always entertaining. All right, that's it, folks. We'll end it there. Thanks for watching, everybody. We had a great turnout today. A lot of fun, folks. A lot of old names. For anyone who comes afterwards, thanks for catching the stream or catching the video later on. Oh, they sold for hedge. Oh, yeah. You're right. That makes a ton of sense. I forgot that had gone through. That's totally reasonable. And I thought they jumped up a little further than expected there. Really nice play then. Didn't expect that level of subterfuge from the Atreides. They seem like a very upfront kind of guy. All right. Let's call it Happy Dune Spice Wars. Happy Friday, everybody. There'll be more in the future, but I'll probably be playing some other stuff as well. We'll see what we get around to making videos of. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting with me. I appreciate the company. I appreciate everybody who comes along later on. The comments in the videos are always fun. I read everything. I reply to most of them. Love you all. Thanks for being my community. And we'll have some more Dune Spice Wars at a later date. GG, well played to all of our champions today. And thanks for watching. Bye-bye.